what? Hey. Okay. ¿Quieres un suelo? ¿Sabes?
¿Cuál? Ya la vamos a poner por ahí. Pero tú tienes llena de plantas, también voy a tirar un poco de plantas.
What? Sí.
De la tela está allá. Parece que ya la tiré.
Ya está una caja, ya lo voy a tirar también. Pura basura,
Es que tu vida tiene muchas cosas, pero las traje dos cajas para guardar sus cosas allí. No regar todas, pero todas me tienen.
And everyone do white. ¿Eh? Come on. Here.
Someone left one here. I can't. My feet might get burned. There's one more. You guys should stop.
Come on, Nick. Yeah. Yeah. Later cuando lleguen. I'm all done.
Pasti panas ya. Tinggal diam. Kita barreran soal panas.
Scoot over.
Porque él dice, ay, que no es cierto.
And here?
Ah. No, there's one there. God damn it, bro. I don't know. You know? What? Move, go away.
Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. It's not easy, right?
luego dice porque dicen que si no te haya dicho que te la pasa puro encerrado, pues si yo le digo vamos a pasear, no quiere ir.
¿Quién?
Pero está aburrido de encerrado. Si él no quiere salir, ¿cómo? Pero luego dice que llega cansado, ¿verdad? Pero si vamos allá al mall, no quiere. Estoy cansado. ¿A por qué le gusta estar hablando de su chisme allá? Entonces, Dios se fueron todos.
Puede salir, puede ir a parque,
Sí, pues, salir.
puede irse a la tienda, lo que quiera.
No, voy a llevar tu campaneta, voy a andar por allá.
Such a snicker.
Tiene su campaneta.
Pero no quiere.
Such a snicker.
¿Cierto?
It's not working.
Pizza, debajo de zapatos. Pantalón también.
No. ¿Cuántos zapatos? ¿Cuántos zapatos?
Se agarran dos.
I donate.
Who? Donate?
Donate.
Why? No, bro. No. Don't. No. This is yours. This is yours. Honey.
No, yo, ¿para qué quiero eso? Para hablar, la Ruby
Y yo, tú. ¿Sí?
Sí, pero
Aquí. Ah, para que platiquen de Dani. Ya.
Hey, give me one.
¿Ya? Vamos a ir a la vista, ¿no?
¿Qué es eso? ¿Qué es Bristol?
The Peter Grip suit. The Peter Grip suit. It's only 65 Robux.
No hay nada.
I'm thinking of getting that.
No hay nada.
I'm getting this a Peter Grip suit. Vamos para acá, está más cerquita, ¿no? I don't know what else is. Maybe a ropa. I'm getting this a Peter Grip suit.
Ahora sí te acabó viernes. Happy chaval. Y ya viene el Día de los Muertos, ¿no? Ya pues va a tener un año él, ¿verdad? Ángel. Un año. ¿No ve que llegó un Día de los Muertos? Sí. No, llegó mero el Día de los Muertos.
Saca, hijo.
Faltaba, ¿verdad? 8 días, ¿eh?
En enero llegó.
Enero. No. Enero. No. Todavía no pasa mi cumpleaños, no me dieron ni mi pastel.
En enero llegó.
Sí, mi cumpleaños es en enero.
Sí, pero él llegó en enero.
No, si él llegó Día de los Muertos, que andábamos allí los chamacos y le enseñé a ir y andan vestidos.
No, no.
Cuando lo trajeron andaban viendo mucho.
Susana llegó el día de
Ella. ¿O era ella entonces?
pero él llegó en enero.
No, él no. Ella entonces tiene un año.
Va a tener un año.
Un año.
Apenas.
Ujú. Parece que sí, pero porque no fue a la iglesia a ir, ¿verdad? Llegó el día miércoles, ¿no? Miércoles. Miércoles, ¿verdad? Sí, llegó miércoles o domingo no llegó. Fue
Better
miércoles
stop the
que
mics.
llegó, porque ya no fue la iglesia Francia,
Better stop the mics.
que dijo que iba a recogerla.
Ya se acabó la pila. Ah, pues como lo voy a ver cuatro lleno de bote ya.
Ya estás tirando pan, mira tú. Estás tirando pan, ya va arriba. Oh my God. Estás tirando pan. Oh my God. Pan.
No tome pan aquí, mira. Mira, no te reportiendo aquí.
Mira, ya hay azúcar. Oh my God.
No lo barriste bien, mira. No lo voy a pagar, no barriste bien.
Estás echando azúcar.
Now look cool. Now look cool. Ya, usted come pan y ya le dinero. Claro, tú.
Ya va arriba.
No es pan.
Sí, es azúcar. Azucarita.
De la mañana, mira.
Si ahorita barrí. Yes, yeah,
yeah.
Si ni comieron pan, ustedes ni hay pan.
Yo no. Este es bolillo.
No comieron
Porque
bolillo.
es pan hasta amarilla ese que comí. Amarilla de eso. Este pan blanco ese.
El azúcar, en la pasta.
Pues llevar a tomar.
¿Escuchaste eso, no? Alright.
¿Nada más? ¿No le echó proteína a ella?
Alright.
Te voy a enseñar a hacer lo que es.
Nice hat.
Porque ya yo ya no.
Where are you hurting?
Imagínate, la regalaste la falda y llevaste para la película.
Ooh.
No me queda. Ahí tengo. Y no se le mira bien para Pamela.
Come on, Oswald. Come on. Come. Okay, go. Okay, go. I'm not. Gimme. Gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme.
Ese teléfono José ya ni lo puede mandar. Poquito. ¿Qué estás jugando? No, no, one dot Este lo llevas a tu carro. Lo llevas en tu carro cuando vayas para allá.
¿De qué para allá?
A segunda.
A veces yo también tengo ropa, ¿eh? Porque no lo vas a poder mandar, imagínate. Pues le digo más que investigue, si se puede mandar, lo voy a mandar un cartoncito chiquito. No quiero mandar los carritos, si quiero un chamaco, ya ves, está bien caro, $34, un chiquitito.
Mira, José, tú tienes este.
Lo voy a mandar este que tengo allí y que tengo en el carro allá. Tengo los dos. El de ella, su carrito, ¿ya lo regalaste?
¿Cuál carrito?
Un cochoncito.
No sé.
O ahí andan.
Ahí estará, yo creo.
Si no lo gusta, para que se lo mande y le doy de él. Porque voy a comprar uno de él. Y costó 20. $20 esta, la de fierro. Nada más que este ya lo quebró. De atrás.
Me voy a llevar un papel.
Cochoncito, pues. Un coche. Es un azul.
Oh my God.
Para regalar. Para la chamaca. Tiene un carrito.
Here it is. Walking. Voy a llevar el walking now. Now walking
El color como mi carro, así la tengo la mía. Yo también.
Llévate esos. Walking now.
Yo tengo la mía de ese color.
Uy.
Sí. Eso lo compré en la Dirinay. $12.
Yo voy a llevarme esto. La de mi carro. Porque no estén ahí. Ah, güey.
Y aquel que tiene lo vas a tirar.
What?
Oh.
Lo vas a tirar.
Ah.
Está fea ya.
Voy a mirar.
Nomás que va a quedar la misma color de carro.
La adentro. Adentro.
Pero hay amarilla. Doradita en los panes lo venden. Nomás que valen $12. Sí. Ahí después lo compramos.
Plane route here. No? No? No?
¿Tú también te da?
Where's the car? Such a car. Such a car. Such a car route. Such a far car. Let me connect. It's lagging.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Move to the right.
Why?
That's my chair. Or middle. Or let me connect. Bro, let me connect. Bro, let me connect.
¿Dónde vamos entonces?
¿Dónde ya?
Al abriste vamos acá. Al árbol. ¿Dónde está? El árbol, ¿no?
WSS? ¿Esa cosa? No. Yo quería online.
No, ya no. ¿O cómo se llama el que está acá? Paris City, ¿no?
Eso no. Da mucho dinero.
O acá en la Bristol, pues, en WSS. Ahí también. Ahí no hemos ido.
Ya.
Vamos acá si no en la Bristol.
Jaime Ayala.
Ay, güey, ese pedido, ¿no? De Jaime Ayala.
Jaime Ayala. What happened?
Deja mandarle mi pedido.
Such a Jaime Ayala.
Lo bueno que ya lo hice, no lo voy a pagar. Ábrele, chica.
Stop. Good. We're in such a news break. We're in news break? News break? So laggy, bro. Why is it so laggy, Root?
Hola, ¿todavía les puedo mandar mi pedido? Sí, manito. Ok, ahorita se los mando. Gracias. Bye.
This one dash cam. Get it? Dash cam. Dash cam. So slow. So slow.
mis patas como están hinchadas, mira. Del embarazo.
Put on TTS.
My God, siento que me va a reventar.
Should I put TTS?
Estoy parada aquí.
Oh, it's on normal. Speechchat.com.
Vamos allá por la vista.
No.
Vamos allá de una vez derecho.
Let's see. Let's do a test.
Ay, ¿quién maneja?
Where are we going?
Como ya comí.
God, Nick.
Mañana.
Location yellow teal bars, 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 location yellow. Low teal bars, location yellow teal bars, location yellow teal bars,
Get to me.
location yellow teal bars, location yellow teal bars, location yellow teal bars, location yellow teal bars, location yellow teal.
Where's my Hey,
A ver si cuando me orbe o me voy a hablar si ya
who
está bien.
disconnected?
Hoy tengo chance de llevarla a cortar pelo ya.
Virginia Chedef.
Quiet.
Por ahí vive Doña Orfe. Sí, señor. Y dice dónde está esa tienda. Por ahí va algo.
No sé.
Estás durmiendo tu chica. ¿Eh? ¿No? ¡Ey! ¿Estás durmiendo? ¿Dónde está la tienda?
¿No está cerrado?
Está aquí, ¿no?
Estaba aquí. Ya no está ya. No.
Dame el pollo loco. Este pollo loco. Acá está el hospital. Ya no está, ¿verdad? Wow, aquí vamos.
No hay zapatos.
Allí hay zapatos también. Entonces,
No sé.
métete allí, no hay, no estar ahí. Búscalo en Google, no está.
Google Maps.
¿Ya cerrarían esa tienda o qué?
Sí. Hay Trader Joe's, ¿no? Trader Joe's, ¿no? Trader Joe's. Bristol Plaza, ahí está uno. Ahí está Target. Ahí está un Dollar
¿Quieres
Tree.
ir a la tarde?
Ahí está Dollar Tree.
No, yo no voy a la Dollar Tree.
La Trader Joe's. ¿Sabes? Trader Joe's. Bristol Plaza, ¿no? ¿Tú sabes qué es? Bristol Plaza.
Sí, sí, sé, pero
Ahí está Ross. Ahí está Target.
no, acá está una ira.
¿Cuál? Vons? Vons? ¿O cuál? ¿Tú sabes se llama TJ Maxx?
Mira, mira, no te me pasa.
Oh, eso. ¿Esto ves?
Sí, acá.
Hmm.
Vamos, quedamos aquí en la ciudad. pizza. Guacamole, bienvenido.
¿Cuántos? ¿Dos zapatos?
Dos partes duran porque ya no se va a comprar.
¿Cuánto? ¿Cuánto? ¿Quieres pagar?
200 nomás. No mucho.
¿Por dos zapatos?
Ajá, o menos, no sé.
¿De quién es dinero?
De tu papá. Tarjeta de tu papá, no.
Oh.
Puede menos, que menos, si hay barato.
Sí, bueno.
También no quiero gastar mucho. Tenemos que ahorrar. Ay, Dani, que con ganas de jalarte de las greñas. Mañana pues quiero ir a la temprano para que se las lleve. A cortar el pelo. Hoy quería llevarlo, pero justo la viejita se enfermó. Las otra vez también no estaba. Mira, ya mi ojo quedó rojo de que me pisque. Mira. De que me rasqué. Con mi uña. No traigo ni gotas. Ya se me puso rojo. Mira, está rojo, ¿eh?
Sí. Vete.
De que me rasqué. Vamos a ver
Ok.
que ya.
No sé.
No traigo ni ya.
Hold on. What happened there? What happened? Oh, I'm just blind. ¿Ya? ¿Is that it? ¿Ya? ¿Ya?
No le pusiste seguro, no vaya a ir. ¿De qué lado? ¿Cómo?
¿Tus llaves? Ok, ¿qué ahora? She wrote news break. News break. Yep. Yeah, Max. Bueno, ajá. ¿Te gusta mucho, ajá?
¿Cuál es tu?
¿Eso no?
También, pero esta se va a mirar así. También pin. ¿Ya?
No sé. Estoy mirando.
Shop WSS today and pay later with Klarna. Download the Klarna app to split your in-store purchase into 4 interest-free payments using Apple Pay or Google Pay. See team member for more details.
Eso no está bueno, ¿no? ¿Está bueno o no? ¿No?
También.
¿Está bueno o no?
¿Esta? Sí. Pero es que marca en el 2 por $100. Está bien. Está bonito, está bonito.
A ver, ¿qué mira?
¿10?
De días.
Hay de los.
A ver.
¿No quieres eso? ¿No?
No me gusta.
¿Yo? Está rojo, ¿verdad?
Ah, ya se mira ya. Ya se mira ya.
¿Sí?
Sí.
Yo me raspé.
Air Force. Oh, aquí tiene tamaño. Los otros tienen esos. No se ve si tiene estos. Esos no. Otro color. Mira más uno. Like it, Rich? You like it? Yo no like it. No, bueno, no, cambia más uno.
Nike, está bonito.
Mira. Más 200, ajá. ¿Eso no? ¿No? ¿Eso no? ¿Está feo? $29. Ah, mira, aquí está, mira. Esos son, mira. Esos son.
¿Esos son qué?
Este yo quiero.
¿Quieres?
No, ahorita no.
¿Son blancos los que quiero?
No, no, no.
Sí.
Ah, mira.
Blancos, a ver, míralos. Sí.
Muy frío. No, yo estoy en 10. Estoy en 10. Oh, the same. 115.
¿Este es el 10?
Yeah, I don't know.
¿No es este?
A ver si esto sí es. No sé qué es. Cuesta mucho. Cuesta mucho, ¿eh? Oh, los otros no.
¿Cuál?
Los otros colores no.
Sí, es el 10.
Los otros colores no, ¿o no?
Pues, ¿quiere darte uno de estos?
¿No quieres? ¿Tomas esto? ¿O cuál color? ¿Cuál tomas uno?
Pues yo digo que tú quieres blanco, ya miramos eso.
¿No, eso no?
Pues no. Pues si te gusta el blanco.
¿Cuál es? ¿Qué? ¿No hay otros?
Nosotros quieres ¿Cuál te gusta ese entonces?
¿Eso no? ¿Está feo?
Los tienen allá. También aquí.
A ver, later. A ver, mira, ¿qué hay?
¿Qué medida es esa? Yo creo que el 7,5 te queda bien. ¿No se te sale? ¿O sí?
Mira, 40, ¿no? A ver. Gray. La gray. 50. Ahí, ¿no? 50. Little Crocs.
Voy a querer ir al baño.
Hay unos baños aquí.
¿Cuál? 30.
¿Está bonito o no? ¿Está bonito? No. Está chido. No, esto color.
Aquí hay el pie.
Root. You like the root? You like this? It's cool or no? You like the color or no?
Mira, ves colorido.
No sé.
Otro color, no color.
Mira, 30. Cuesta.
¿Te gusta?
No, cuesta 30.
No, pues sí, ya sé. ¿Te gusta? ¿Color?
Yo quería otro color. No, no más quería otro color. ¿No? Mira, acá un 10.
Sí, hay del 10, ¿eh?
Entonces,
WSS today and pay later with Klarna. Download the Klarna app to split your in-store purchase into 4 interest-free payments using Apple Pay or Google Pay.
Esto no.
See member for more details.
¿ahora eso o no?
¿Te gusta? Yo
Ahí lleva un 10.
Tienes que medir. Pues sí, del 10.
Aquí. Hay un picocito, ¿no?
¿Todo grande?
Aquí, mira. Aquí está.
¿Quieres más grande? Sí.
Aquí está, mira.
No, pues por eso. Déjalo así.
No sé. Ataron, no sé.
¿Más grande?
El potecito.
¿Más grande? ¿Más grande o más chiquito?
Más grande. Recorded.
Y van a hacer
Why'd you mute it, Root?
dos o one.
Oh, English? English?
Sí.
Español no? No español?
No, y aparte apenas comí, por eso estoy bien llena. Más panzón. Ya no voy a comer.
Okay. Depende la cosa. ¿Ya en la casa ya?
Ya porque necesito ir a descansar.
¿Estaba bien o no? ¿Costó? ¿Costó mucho o no?
180.
Mucho. 3 zapatos.
Está bien. Tienes para
30, 20,
todo el año.
30, 20, 100, 50, 100, no, 100,
Para
15.
todo el año te alcanza.
Eso 100, 15, eso está fácil.
¿Verdad? Para todo el año.
Sí.
Pues son 3. Luego nomás lo ocupo para la escuela, no me sale esto. A la iglesia vas a ir. Con el pan.
¿Cuál?
Ay, mío. Ay, no sé cómo se mira mi cara. Me miro muy amarilla, ¿no?
No. ¿Puedes ponerme en la escuela? Yo quiero trabajar.
Me falta.
¿Puedes ponerme en la escuela? Yo quiero trabajar este año.
¿La escuela?
¿Puedes llamar o poner algo?
Pues tú le puedes decir a la señora que está en tu casa. Dile, ¿cómo le hago para
No,
un permiso para trabajar?
yo no sé quién es, yo no hablo también con...
Esa- la Costa, se llama Acosta, no sé cómo se llama su nombre.
Ajá.
Su apellido es Acosta.
Ya.
Lo voy a decir de ahora que lo mire, a ver. Que aquí entra el... ¡Ay! Ahora, ¿para dónde le gano?
¿Ya? ¿Casi ya?
¿Para dónde? Sí. ¿Para dónde es la salida? Bristol Plus.
¿Esto es? Llámanos a la Dollar Tree. ¿Qué ocupa un snack? Ahí está, mire, ahí está. Yo pagué yo. Yo tengo 100.
¿Dónde está?
Ahí está para allá. Ahí en otro lugar. Son todos, mi y tío Rod, Josué, solo un día con tío. No, todos son $1. Tienen muchas cosas.
¿Dónde?
Dollar Tree.
Pero mira, ¿dónde está?
Está para allá.
¿Dónde está?
Ahí para allá. Who are...
Yo no sé si hay salida para allá. No hay salida para allá. Voy a asomarme. ¿Dónde está?
Es para ahí verán las mapas, ¿sabes? Bro, you wanna go to Dollar Tree? You wanna go or not? Where are we? Oh, mira, shh, hey, mamá. Eva, mira para allá. ¿Ya miras? ¿Ya miras, no? Hey, it's right there. Ah, aquí está, mira. Aquí está, mira. Ahí,
¿Para allá o para acá?
sí, para allá.
¿Más para arriba?
Ahí, no, así nomás. Nomás un capítulo. Ya. ¿No?
¿Para allá?
Sí.
Voy a dar la U.
Así, así poner. Así lo poner. Así poner. ¿Sí? ¿Está bien? Nomás así también. Así, también. No quería agua. No parking. Yep. Great.
Está muy... Luego se me
Gas?
acaba el gas y luego me falta el freno. Como que se corta. Huawei. Y es nomás salida.
Yeah, I'm home. Seguí. Y esta cuenta. Mira, in and out, man. Todo eso, solo, man. In and out. Miren, todos esos carros. Miren, in and out.
Yes.
¿Sí?
Se junta mucha gente ahí.
O sea, eso restaurant. Muchas personas gustan. Ya, hey.
Voy a venir para acá.
Se pueden. Se pueden poner así.
Oh, ya está. Oh, no
Ajá,
es.
eso es.
Es Dollar Tree, ¿no?
Para allá, ahí para está.
Ahí está.
Sí. Ahí miren. Ahí ponemos.
Yo lo miré que es Starbucks.
No.
Sí.
Eso.
Ay, a ver si
pero-
me
pero-
llegan.
A ver, va para allá. Right. Un right. Con un entrance. No hay uno. Ahí, ajá, eso.
Aquí dice hospital.
Ajá, estamos por allá.
¿Estás seguro?
Esto es la plaza, ¿sí? La Bristol Plaza. Ok, sí es esto.
Yo miré ese Starbucks.
Eso no.
En la peca. ¿Dónde está el Dollar Tree?
Más para allá. Ahí está, miren.
Ya miré el Saya allá, pero el arroz también.
¿No quieres comprar? ¿No?
No, ahorita no.
Ya.
Ropa no.
Ya, 200 no
De mi
sé.
bebé ya compré.
Oh, mira.
Para mí ahorita no.
Ya pagaste la renta, ¿no?
La renta ya.
¿Ya? Ok.
Hasta que me alivio a comprar mi ropa. Tienen que hacer stop, yo creo, aquí. Yo me pasé derecho.
Eso es, miren ahí. Eso grande.
¿Mm?
Eso bien grande. ¿No pizza no? ¿Pizza no? Miren, mamá. La pizza ya tiene EBT. ¿No? ¿No quieres? ¿No?
Pero es de comida, Dani. Yo de
Ahí dice EBT.
dinero que vi.
Ahí está. Métete la máscara esas personas.
Tendrán gripe.
Ahí va. snacks. I don't know. Okay. This, okay. Time to check chat. This was what?
I can message you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Here's our puzzle.
These are back to school.
Caro, ¿no? ¿Nunca es caro? ¿Así? Bien.
Why are we getting back to school things? For you?
This is notebook. Precision book. Acá uno, ¿no? ¿No hay más grande? ¿No hay más grande?
Tiene que haber allá.
Es puro 100. Voy para esto. So, mire. Son 200. Voy para esto.
¿A tu escuela?
Yo pongo mucho papel. Unas 150. Mira, 150, 200. Perfectos. No, está bueno. Son los buenos.
¿Ya?
Look, otro juego.
No.
Mira el juego. ¿No? No es caro, pero es como caro. No sé. ¿No puedo comprar? White grape peach. Ah, mira.
Uva con...
$1 le cuesta. Está bien. Mira, $1.
Ahí agarran los jugos, tío.
Mira, $1. Aquí va de pie. Aquí se viene, tío. ¿Caro?
Lo que me va a agarrar, yo no voy a agarrar cosas.
¿No quieres comprar eso? Sí, tío. What is this? Snacks. ¿Eso es qué?
Se mira como Oreo.
No son.
No me va a gustar.
No son. También. No cuesta mucho. Está bueno. Miren, $1 le cuesta. What is this? Powerade. Mira, no. Hey. No? What is this? Coca-Cola, ¿no? ¿Coca-Cola?
Chester Cola.
¿Tú sabes qué es?
No le he probado eso.
No. Ahora no. Bueno. $1.
Ya tienen un montón de eso.
Cuesta $1, ¿por qué está mucho? No, fíjate.
What's that? Just one pack.
What about this? Oh, there's more. 64. Glue.
That'll be great. Thank you so much.
Roblox, no? Walmart cuesta más. Caro uno. En la Walmart cuesta más. Creo que hace que tiene.
Pero allá tienen.
The mouthwash.
Tienen nuevos ahí. Tienen nuevos.
You see it? Just a minute. 6, 20. Fresh peppermint.
I'm gobbling for
What?
it's just only 3.
Okay. Here. I'm gonna take one.
We should get a car
Good
for
one.
our bag.
La Walmart cuesta más, caro más, ¿no?
Yo tengo, no me compré.
Que mire, para las utilidades. La Walmart cuesta más, ajá.
Mira,
Está bonita.
a José le tiene calceta de a buscarle bien.
No, la Walmart cuesta más.
Ya, sí conozco.
Sí, sí.
Es que no sé cómo sabe esa.
Es la misma, mira, es la misma, ¿no? Es la misma, mira.
Yo,
Es Colgate. ¿No?
vamos a
No
ver dónde están las
es,
grandes.
no es lo mismo. Colgate. Es Colgate.
Es diferente.
No, es lo
Este
mismo.
es otro. El que yo compré es otro.
No, ahí están las fotos.
No hay, no, eso es pasta. Lo que compro es gel.
Esta es la...
Eso tiene, si no ahorita. Tiene nueva.
Para later.
3, creo.
Ahí.
Luego ni se lavan los dientes.
Las fotos tienes cuesta más.
Sudar también se lavan.
Come on. Hay personas que vienen acá.
Tiene que lavarte los dientes. Yo me da la
Pocos, ¿no? Es caro. ¿Caro esto o no? ¿Es peso? Quita las cosas o no. Right. Hard.
No.
For dad, ¿no?
I don't know, we already have some.
¿No quieres? ¿Para papá?
I want a car.
We take it. Hurry up.
Ya iba a correr. Diferente.
¿Dónde está más? Mira. Really crazy, bro. I can take it in. Alright, then here. No hay. Es de mint. Eso para luz.
Ah, buscar las calcetitas.
¿Esto es? Para aquí, ajá. Mira, para la baña, ¿no? ¿No tienes una para la baña? Do you order? No? Okay, do you order?
¿Para qué?
Okay. Which one? Let me get that one. No, ¿no quieres? Son mucho.
Allá tengo
No, vamos ahora. Esto es $5. ¿De coco no? ¿De coco no? También chica más. Aquí. ¿Qué no compras a los vouchers, no?
Mira, pastora.
¿Por qué no compras el juego?
I saw the snacks aisle over there.
Yeah, I want snacks. Oh, so sticky, man. What is that? Look, for the baby group, no?
What?
For the baby. No?
It's just for us.
Tell him that. Ask her.
No. Pero ni.
It's so cheap.
Pero.
Son mucho. Ya, cuídate, gato.
Sí, pero no. Bueno. I need the other one.
Candy.
The other one. Where's the big ones? Where's the big ones?
Big one?
The big. There we go. Good one. These are watery. They're watery. Too watery.
Eso es frío. Eso.
33.8 hours more. I'm still get this one.
I like spray bottle. Grab it before it's gone.
No, not that one.
I want this light purple.
It's watery. Oh, ¿qué son las casetas?
Para Josué.
Is there any men? 6, 12. $1 costa.
¿Te lo vas a usar o qué?
Es para hand wash. Hand wash. Hand soap. Para las manos. Aquí poner. Otro. ¿Agarra otro o no? ¿Sí? ¿Agarra otro? ¿Agarra otro o no? No, why? No es bueno, no. para las manos, ¿no?
Jabón, ya compré yo ahí.
Ya no compras ya. Tú no compras.
Ya hay.
¿Ya compró otro o no? ¿Cara otro o no? ¿No? Ya, uno. Okay. Rasher price. No hay uno cuello.
¿Caseta?
No, el de 10. De 12, 10, 12.
Este.
10, 12, 6, 12. Esos no.
¿No?
No. Black. $6.13. That was one. Eso no más uno.
Ándale, ya me quiero ir.
Yo gusta. Este gusta yo.
Do you want to go at the snack aisle
Mm-hmm.
right now?
More, we need more. We need,
Or what?
I don't know. What is that noise? What is that noise? Ooh, bath bomb.
No.
Bath bomb root. You like it, root?
Yeah, I do. I watched this on YouTube.
Bath bomb. Ooh,
One.
what is that?
Oh, yeah.
That's bath bomb.
Look, there's one here. This one here. This one here. This one here.
No.
Hmm.
That's wax.
You want that?
I don't know.
You want that?
It's hot.
Here. Oh, cherry.
What is that?
Towels.
I've always got that. Checkaroos. How much are these?
Bath mat. Look, see?
3-pack.
See there. Oh, there's more here. This one over here.
Yeah, huh? Hey, mira. Más grande, huh? Why is it separate? How is it separate? It's a scam. Look, root is a cross. No? What is this root? What is it?
You want that one?
What is a root? What is a root? What is it?
It belongs to the...
Wood cross. Pretty big.
We're not using that.
Somewhat. Somewhere. comida de
I'm not getting in
dog
trouble.
food. Dog food. En los snacks.
Dale, ¿tú vas a pagar todo eso? ¿Tú dijiste que vas a pagar dinero?
Apple Pay.
And then I can do it backwards.
Sí tiene Apple Pay. A ver. Ya, sí. Mira los snacks primero. ¿Qué mira los snacks? Come on, Ruth.
Snack aisle.
65 centavos.
Me duele la panza.
Hey, hey. No, para la cara, para tu cara, para la cara, mira, está bien grande. Y para la, ¿no? Para la cara. Aunque cara uno, la cara uno. No, ok, no. ¿Son muchas cosas o qué?
This one like.
LED, no. Movies. It is USB-C, it is USB-C. ¿Qué pasó? Okay. Yes. Good. Yeah? Look. ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde están? Gummy bears.
Should I get an airhead?
Hmm?
Should I get airheads? I feel like
¿Qué eres tú? ¿Qué eres? ¿Jesús? ¿Uno? ¿Uno solo? Este es... No, wait. Espérate. Mira, las papas, ¿no? Papas. What the? ¿Ay o no? ¿Apague yo? ¿Cuánto qué es esto? ¿Cuánto es esto? ¿Cuánto es esto? No tengo la tarjeta en mi cuenta. No tengo la cuenta en mi tarjeta. A ver, mira, yo tengo. A ver si tiene Apple Pay. ¿Si tiene Apple Pay? Otro solo. Tengo mi teléfono. You pague them. Okay.
Ya tengo flojera, mamá. ¿Ya? Ya apúrate. Ya son las 6. Ya. Tan grande esta calceta. Pues se van a lavar y se van a hacer chiquitos. Para Josué. Ya. Ya ni me apuro. Apúrate ya, tengo sueño, tengo frío. Ya. Ya llevas, Dani, ¿ves? Ya llevas de eso, Dani. ¿Qué?
You should get in there too. With the pretzels.
Vale.
Ingat. Baby. Vamos chula. Por favor.
Isla.
¿Cómo darle bien rápido?
I'm gonna buy it. Yeah? Yes?
I don't like Teslas.
You like it?
I like Teslas.
Oh. Wow. Ya me dio tesoros, mira. Aquí se mira. Ya me dio tesoros.
Te digo.
Mucho. 3 gigabytes. Mucho. Mira.
Lo que siento, mis
Mira.
piecitos hinchados.
Mire, yo no pedía, mire. You have been blocked. ¿Por qué? Yo no sé por qué. No sé por qué se pone eso. Yo quería pagar. No quiero pagar por esta cosa. I didn't. No sé por qué pone eso. Son 100. Yo tenía ese tanto.
Puedo salir para acá, yo creo. Tengo que ganarle para allá. Para que no. Texas.
¿You're not using it? No? No hay hotspot on.
Why would I know?
Oh, ¿qué tal? ¿Sí? ¿O no es esto, no?
Me voy a poner aquí donde estaba. Esta calle no lo miro bien por el monte. No sé qué. Una banqueta.
A ver.
Está bien así. Que no esté muy en la orilla. No me puedo ni agachar. Estoy lleno. Necesito ir al baño.
Oh, time is at 6.
Where'd it go?
What?
Yan mo din ba kaya?
Is it open? What is
You're happy now. Let's go.
Uh-oh.
Loud. You're not getting those shoes hurting, huh? Oh. I don't really want to this.
Oh. I don't see that. Yeah, some food, yeah. Oh, man. Oh, man. What was that, man? Hour. With girl and ice. No, he's not. What the fuck is he talking about?
Ya vas a salir.
¿No puedes pasar por ahí? Ahí. Hey! Where's mine? We already had. Hey, look! We already have some. We already have some. Look. Why more? I'm like, these are yummy though. Root Alejandro. Oh. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Huh? Mateo? Mateo? Alejandro? Mateo. You say? Hey, where's mine? Where's my candy at? Look. Look, for you.
No, this is for Mom.
Look, there's 3. One Jose, one you, one for me.
Okay.
My gummy bears?
Hey, that's fine.
Okay, these are mine then. These are Joshua Compost, Alejandro 123, blue shirt. These are mine. Oh, that's my deodorant. My deodorant. You? Yours?
No, that's not mine.
Mama's?
I don't know.
That's mine.
I thought she's on yours.
That's Mama's. This is the Herbalife, huh? Herbalife? Mira, es lo mismo, es tu cosa. Sí, huh? Es Herbalife, huh?
Herbalife.
Alright, don't know. I have this one.
Gummies. That's two already gave this. Hershey's. I'm gonna eat.
Es esa cosa, la planta.
You like it. I like it.
La jabón. Eso.
Here,
And
here, have it. Have it.
Es mine. ¿Tú qué eres, hermano? ¿Qué eres tú? ¿Eso cuesta cuánto? ¿Cuánto cuesta la Walmart estos? No, ¿cuánto cuesta? No, ¿cuánto? Así mismo, mire, así mismo. ¿Cuánto cuesta? ¿Eso cuesta $1? ¿Mm? Es la misma, sí, es la misma. ¿Ah?
Smell it.
Oh, yeah.
The juice was expensive.
Ring pop?
It's just 4. Snacksy. Someone's gonna get the egg.
Where's the... You already have one, bro. Why? Why'd you buy, bro? Look. There's one here. There's todo eso.
Get some gummies? You don't need it. Oh, I have gummies too?
Where's mine? It was right there.
Hey, Danny.
What happened?
Mamá, ¿tú vas a comer esta? ¿Esta? ¿La chito? Oh, wait, Danny, I'll trade it for this with that. Yes?
Fine.
Give me some food. I want that. Give me.
Look at here.
Oh, that one. Oh, you want this one. I want that one. Yes, give it to me.
So fast. God damn. Just... I'm hungry for it. God damn, Nick. So you watched the live this one? You watched the live or no?
No, you did not tell me. You did not tell me. Let's see who can win this.
Hey, oh, somebody could have screenshotted. Oh my god. Should have deleted that. Nick White. Stupid Nick White. Nick White, such a snigger white. Oh my god, chips. I didn't buy any. I don't think there was any of them. Mamá, mira los zapatos. Mira los zapatos. Los zapatos, mira. Papá compró dos. Mira, compró dos. Papá. Mira, mamá, mira los zapatos.
¿Tú no tienes la $20?
What's that?
Mira los zapatos. ¿Cuándo? A ver, ¿cuándo? A ver, ¿de cuándo? ¿De cuándo? ¿De cuándo? Good thing I did 10 MVP because it goes 4K. That would have been bad. Damn, I'm a 10.5 now. Nah, my god. Oh, I had shoes, but these ones. How do you have these? How do you have these hoes? So yeah. These legs. These. I already had one. I'd had these already. They cost like $10 or whatever. 15. Oh, they're kind of tight now because my foot grew. Ah! Oh, yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't see shit though. Oh my god, these bitches are ticklish as licks. Damn, these are tight though. These are really tight now. These are a 10 now, I think. Oh, try these. No, they're a 9.5, I think. Oh, these are 9.5, I think, or is it? What does it say at? Where does it say it at? It doesn't say, but they definitely know. They definitely look bigger on me then. Ow. Ow. Fuck me, dude. Ow, they hurt. They're so damn tight. The light one hurts though. Mira esto, ¿no?
¿Este quién son?
Son míos. ¿Tu carriola?
No llega. No llega, ¿verdad?
No. ¿Y luego cuándo?
No, es que va a llegar hoy. Antes de las 8.
Au. ¿Está bien?
Enséñale tus zapatos.
¿Está bonito o no? ¿Está bonito esos o no?
¿Cuál?
¿Estos?
Sí.
¿Sí? Mira.
Pero esos no son. Le compré otros.
¿Cómo no son?
A ver, ahorita. Ow.
Tiene cuatro largos, te digo. Casi ni le he comprado zapatos, pagaron unos 10. Bien acabados, y todavía los llevaba, le dije, deja ya esos zapatos.
No hay. No hay. No, papi, no.
Y esos tenías allá y no te los querías poner.
Eso.
Enséñale pues.
¿Cuál primero?
Eso, vale.
La cheap. La primera cheap.
Ya.
Es un
¿Quién me dejó esta mano? ¿Cuánto va a ser?
Las tres.
¿De ellos gusta?
Dice que lo encargó.
¿Cómo no cargo?
Yo.
¿Por
Pero
qué?
le iba a preguntar a Susana. Pues tomo con eso alcanza. Yo lo voy a calentar, ¿qué es? Tomo con eso. Mucha comida luego va a quedar ahí también. Sí, yo ya no hice nada.
Levi's. ¿De ellos gusta
Sí,
yo?
pues.
¿Es de gusta yo? ¿De ellos gusta yo?
Ujú.
¿Esos tamales? ¿Los green?
Ya.
¿Sí es? ¿Sí son? Vamos a verlos. Esos.
Pues a él le gusta de esos. Él acabó uno de esos. No tiene mucho.
Qué bien.
$30.
Ni pesado ni bojito.
¿Cuánto hay? 30, ¿verdad?
30. Oh, no, 20. Esos son 20. 20.
Ya que 120. $20.
Esto de 20. Eso, ajá. En esto costó 30. Esto es 30.
Es menos marca, ¿no?
Sí.
Mucho carajo de esto, ¿no?
¿Está bien o no?
Sí.
Ya le gustó, ¿no?
Está cheap. ¿Eso es para qué? Yo costó que está cheap.
Hasta aquí.
Esos dos. 20, 20.
¿Y el rojo?
Ese le gustaron más. Pues cuesta más.
Te puse un carro.
115.
115.
¿Vale?
Sí.
Yo le digo blanco la hoja sucia, pero pues si ya le gusta. El papel está ahí. No, ya ni lo gusta, le gusta.
¿2 años?
Y te lo vas a acabar con 3 pares.
Yep. Hola.
Siento que va a reventar.
¿Tamales yo o no? ¿No hay tamales para allá o no?
Sí hay ahí, el rojo.
Green.
Verbenas.
They're green.
Ni los he visto, no sé qué color. Miré uno del rojo, pues.
¿Yo gusto yo? Sí, son yo gusto yo. ¿Te pones tú? A ver. A ver.
Prende la lanza al culo. Estoy con dónde anda. Matarlo.
En la noche pica. Como que se mete. Y se queda ahí adentro.
Oye. Oye.
So, you want to see my shoes also? You want to see my shoes?
Don't know. Let me see.
Go. Go. Open them. Okay, open that one then.
Y ahí cupones, me dio
Oh,
cupones.
sí, ajá.
A ver si luego le compro a ella. De ahora no le sé.
Yeah? Come on, you messed it up. Wow. Está bonito. ¿Está bonito, mamá? ¿Tú?
Para mí no.
No, está bonito. ¿O sí?
Sí, está bonito. Bueno, sí, tal vez sí, para mí también sí. Combinado con el vestido.
Y la de mamá también.
Que muchos les gustan los blancos. No, una que no me gusta porque la otra es muy graciosa. Pero está bonito. ¿Verdad?
Todo, sí. Todo, sí, sí.
Ay, yo quiero ir al baño
¿Te
también.
lo regañó? ¿Cuál?
Quiero ir al baño, no sé.
Y te hago leal porque es normal que me que si te lo bien.
¿Verdad? Siempre voy al baño. Cuando voy a mi cama. Cuando voy a mi cama. Me contaron. Cuando se emborrachaba también vomitaba.
¿Dónde vomitas?
Cuando vomitaste su... ¿Dónde está Pepe? No, no. ¿Ves? Cuando te limpias. Me ven a matar ya. Pariendo. Ya sé pasar. Me voy a sentir solita. Bueno, no. Aparente que voy a estar solita.
Mamá, ¿ya no vayas a la club ya? ¿Ya no vayas a la club? ¿Tú no?
Ahorita no. Voy al baño porque me estoy aguantando.
¿Y tamales o no?
¿Eh?
¿Tamales? Ajá, tamales.
¿Cómo pues?
A ver.
Ay, su mancha, está muy bajito ya. Cuesta levantarse.
¿Quieres una camiseta?
¿Esos no están? ¿Tamales? ¿Tamales dónde están?
Allá en la bolsa.
¿Ah?
No está mal. Ah, pues porque ya vi. No hay. Todavía está la comida.
Hey, tamales? Damn, man.
What happened?
There's so much.
What happened was?
What happened?
It was so sweaty. You make me laugh one time. You're making water. Just put it in the water.
He was mad. Ooh.
He did it first.
Hey, no.
She did.
Hey.
You want to do this like that?
Close it. Close it. You gonna go? You gonna come?
Where?
You gonna come or what?
Where?
I don't know. Here.
Right there?
Close. Ow. Love it. Why is that head wet? Ow, ow, ow. Fucking. Ow. This what about? This what about? Look. Ow, ow, ow. It hurts.
She always
It hurts. Ow.
go to my bed and lay down.
Who is this?
I don't know if it's me. It's me. What's it?
I want spicy chips. Ow. Gosh, ow.
Want good? No? I've been. Let me see. I've been. Let me see.
Nothing.
Let me see.
No, it's fine. Oh, it hurts. It hurts as well. Ow. Ooh, look. What is this? Torch. Oh. Sunlight. What the? What is that? Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Yeah, we need a backyard for this, not in the front yard. Oh, this piece over here. We need a backyard, not this. Oh, that's it. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice.
Come here, go.
Alright, let's go. Come on. There's mosquitoes. Come on. Hurry up. Hurry up. Such a fat. Look at so much snacks. Look, so much snacks. So much snacks. So much snacks.
No, I'll eat it tomorrow. Tomorrow, another. I'll eat it tomorrow, and another tomorrow. I'll eat it.
Alexa, track order.
For Chris, car seat and stroller should arrive today by 8 p.m.
Hey, you serious?
You ordered June a car seat and stroller, safe and supportive travel system, midnight edition for $430. It was ordered on August 2nd.
August 7th? So she bought it on August 2nd. You like my son. You made me laugh first. Mama. Oh, now she's making me laugh. Oh, we got it on camera.
Why is it so blurry? Roth. But broth.
Wow.
Roof.
What?
Roof. Alexa, front porch, show it. Alexa, check front door.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I didn't find a group or device named front door.
No front door. It's off.
Front porch.
Yeah.
Alexa, show front porch.
Okay.
Oh. No, it's just. Yeah, so there's another one for you.
No,
Oh,
I am not years old. It's one in the store.
$1.
It's one in the store. $1?
No. Total hold on. Smell it again.
Yes. Very good. Put in there.
Why, Jose? Whose chips are those this way?
Joshua compost. It's gonna fill that.
Ooh,
Gonna lose.
there's a.
Thank you. Oh, wrench. It's many. You're about to move now. You're about to move. Stop ever again. You do, Bill. Only I always get better.
Oh.
Better. I'm supposed to call fire. No, look the phone. This man is you, I love this zero. Told you. No one didn't know.
¿Tienes? Mira. Oh, mira.
Just taking the trash out. My hair.
Ese es tuyo, Dani, ¿eh?
¿Eh? Es para la, eso, es para las manos.
Es para las manos, ¿eh?
Ahí. ¿Eh? Cuesta más en la Walmart. ¿Cuánto costó eso?
$5.
Mire, eso está más. Más uno. Eso es la toothpaste. La pasta.
Esto lo voy a pelar.
Eso cuesta,
Me bañe.
cuesta más, ajá.
Body lotion.
Cuesta más, ajá. La Walmart, ajá. ¿Dónde compras el Dollar Tree?
Es otra marca. 7. Hey! Come on, Ruth. A ver, ya que me dan las semanas. Dame el vaso. Papá, con muchos labios.
Todos son rojos.
Y verde también, pero no es la otra.
Oh, a ver, a ver. Come on, Joshua. Yeah, damn. Fat piece of shit. Yep. Yep. Yep, sorry. Se mira rojo.
Tan bueno.
A ver. What about those greens?
Ahí traes un plato. ¿Lo caliente?
No, los greens.
¿Quieres ese?
No, green.
Allá está la otra entonces.
Oh, ¿no hay dos? A ver, ¿dónde están? No hay dos. ¿Ah? ¿Eso? Oh. Oh my God, what's that? Nada más la green, la picosa. Es que se mira así. Se mira feo. Eso es papel. Ajá, sí. I'll check this. Oh, let's see. I need my water. Ooh. I need my water. My water. Oh my god. That's some good shit. Let's see. Any people have mentioned my name? Oh, I had Discord open, so maybe? No? I fucking with them. Mention Farcar. Nobody. No one. No one. Ooh, that reminded me. Let me see if the bitch said anything. This hell, let's see what the bitch said. Let's see if any. Let's see if any Nick. What the f? 7? Alright, I will go slug. Huge black dicks. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna go blow some dicks. They're like, oh, you reacted to it? Oh no. Very bad. I wasn't planning to watch it, but if Don reacted to it, fuck it then. Let's see. I'm not gonna switch accounts. I'm gonna just switch on here, I think. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do Farcar. Farcar. Oh, there's nothing. I'm really tired because I've been doing a lot today, so if I fall asleep before we talk, then good night. I'm not gonna lie, me too. I really didn't need to do a lot. I didn't plan on doing all that today, but shit, it worked out. And I'm totally fine with it. Let's see the tamale good. Let me test one of them.
Oh, okay.
¿Es? ¿Es lo mismo? ¿Es lo mismo que pones tú? ¿Cuánto hay? ¿Cuánto hay?
¿Cuánto?
¿Cuánto hay? Oh.
¿Quieres tamales aún te preparo? ¿Quieres tamales?
Oh, no.
¿Sí? ¿Quieres de...?
Eso de esto. Mi carne en el ojo. Oye, está bueno. Ajá, está bueno. ¿Quién pone los tamales? ¿Hermana qué? Ajá, ¿hermana qué?
La pastora.
Oh. Pone más. Adiós. Yummy. Sabe que otro esto. ¿Así está o no? Sabe que otro. ¿No? Hermano, ¿no? Cuando calle que pone eso. Así mismo, no hay. No hay piernas. ¿No quiere esto, mamá? Que ahí ya las piernas. ¿No? ¿Está bien? No. Que venden las personas a las cenas. ¿Así no quieres? Oh. Ooh. Wow. Oh. Oh my. So. So delicious, I swear. It's so delicious. I'm not doing one. Damn, this, and the hotness and spiciness in this shit, so good. Oh no. Where is it? So fun, man. So hot, I swear. Yeah. Mamá. Mamá. Nomás esto. Nomás esto ves, ¿está panando? Nomás esto ves, ¿está panando? ¿Tamales o qué? ¿O qué pasó? ¿Eh?
¿Sabes qué?
Nomás esto ves, ¿está panando tamales o qué? ¿Está bueno? Ah. No, hey.
No sé si va a quiere tomar o aquí.
¿No gusta tamales? ¿No gusta tamales? ¿No gusta?
Ahorita que salga, ¿no?
Oh, no, man. Ya como todo, ya como. Jose, you caught him? God damn it. Ya que no te ya como, mamá. Ya que no te ya como. Ya como tamales, ya como 2 tamales, ya.
Va, pues.
No, a ti o Panolito, como Angel.
No.
Sí, ¿no?
Ay,
No, nada, no, pero ¿quién comió tamales? ¿Quién?
Que comió 2 tamales,
¿Quién?
2,
¿Quién?
Juan,
¿Quién? ¿Quién?
10,
¿Quién?
tu papá.
Oh. Oh. Ay, ay.
Porque la zona no.
Papá, no, papá, como los 2 tamales. Oh. Los tamales son buenos.
dale de lata.
¿Eso?
No, ya no tiene gas, ¿no?
Ya,
Chiquita, mejor.
Una de lata, menos.
querido chiquito.
La grande ahorita que llegue Fran.
Tu papá se siente peludo.
¿Cuánto hay? Son buenos esos.
Está bien, padre.
A ver, Rito, ¿dónde está mi plato? Ahí está. A ver. Tamales, ¿verdad? Bien.
Apenas llegó. Compró el lote. Pero ya no va a querer saber. ¿Sabe que lo va a hacer?
Ya, mamá.
No ha ido para allá ahorita.
Copia el voto todo el día, ajá.
¿Cómo que no pasó nada?
Ya copia el voto todo el día, ya, ajá. Sí, ajá.
¿No van a la iglesia hoy? ¿No? Siempre van los sábados.
No sábado, es Friday.
Mañana.
Pues viernes.
Es Friday.
Mañana, ¿verdad? Van.
¿Tú eres para mamá y yo? Mi mano no está sucia. Water, man. ¿Cuánto? ¿Cuánto?
Una.
¿Cómo que era? 3. Ah, ¿uno? ¿Eso es uno? O- ¿No pescar uno? Hay que comer más la ropa o lo que sea.
Correcto.
¿Esos 2? No son más. O es mucho.
Con eso ya lo.
Yo no me ceno ya, yo no como ya. Ya me
Creo que ya no va a haber.
Come mucho, ¿ah? ¿Sí? No, come mucho, ¿ah? Come mucho, ¿ah? Come mucho pan, ¿ah? ¿Papá?
¿Quieres?
¿Papá? ¿Cómo se llama? Vamos a echarlo también. Vibrando ya. Yeah, damn. 6%. Should be fine though. Alright, dude. Sorry I didn't see your text. Let me see, dude. But if I see, dude, she think I'm fine, dude. Haha, Tassie. Haha, Tassie. Tassie. Oh, nigga, man. But she think I'm fine, dude. She double texting my ass. Nah, you good. At least I got your attention now. Hey, whatever the fuck I'm saying. I know we're not DC, but I still need to clean my beard. I still need to do a lot of shit, but I think that should be it. Alright, let's go. ¿Se apagó?
No, es que me quiero sacar.
¿Sacaste solo? ¿Eh? ¿Está bien? ¿Eh?
¿Quieres tomar?
Eso ya. ¿Ya no? Chorizo. What is that? Sausage? Yeah, papaya.
Ya. ¿Para qué?
Tres. Wasn't this at 6? Wait, how did it go up? Huh, that's weird. I don't want this. Some, whatever it can be. Fucking deodorant. Smartphone. AirPods. Put that away. Power bank. Put that away. Oh shit. Should be fine now. My food. Oh my god. Suck. Penis. Now I'm gonna write to some action, man. Call to Ice Poseidon. Oh my name. Fuck. Oh, that's my phone. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. Earlier, yeah, sorry I didn't see. Fuck me, man. I fucking hate you for that reason. I stop being a fucking a loser. I stop being a fucking crazy nigga. Stop saying that fucking word. But yeah, man. Alright. I think it should be fine now. Alright, cool. Alright, cool, alright, cool, alright, cool, alright, cool. I applied the detail then. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see your text earlier. Good night, I'm tired as fuck. Damn, no. Don't leave me. Alright, let's see what happened now. Let's see what happened. Still delivered? I already told you. I was busy as hell though. The hunger takes me. But end. Not long, but end. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm fucking sweaty as hell, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat. But end. Alright. Car. can't go indoors.
Japanese bitch, keep a Glock, plus she kickbox. We eternal. Man, what the fuck? We eternal. Big ass boots to some flip flops. 2 Glocks, 30 shots, wrapped them like a gift shop. Fuck your baby mama, grab your son and do a TikTok. They gon' have to call it. We done left this bitch hot. Worse than the hoes, ass boy, how you dick hop. When it rain, it pose. When I walk out, I'm a drip drop. Running in the stove for a pop, I'm trying to sit. Running in the stove for a pop, I'm trying to sit. Why? Shot. They gotta switch block. Turn the yellow hard and then I slap it like it's Chris Rock. Japanese bitch, keep a Glock, plus she kickbox. We eternal. Man, what the fuck? Hell no. We eternal. Big ass boots to some flip flops. 2 Glocks, 30 shots, wrapped them like a gift shop. Fuck your baby mama, grab your son and do a TikTok. They gon' have to call it. We done left this bitch hot. Worse than the hoes, ass boy, how you dick hop. When it rain, it pose. When I walk out, I'm a drip drop. Running in the stove for a pop, I'm trying to sit. Running in the stove for a pop, I'm trying to sit. Walk. Shit. Pull up on they block and drop a 90 from the right angle. With them slimy guys, them grimy guys, don't let your ice dangle. Tripping off the shrooms like why my eyes create a triangle. You, a captain, save a hoe, I'm the bad guy. If we catch him stealing, burn his body while his hands tied. DSM the goes to go, bitch, we the franchise. Deep in my bag, I'm looking like I'm trying to grab fries. Bitch, where's your friends? Need a yerky, where's the 10? Need a script, where's the miz? Back to y'all, where's the bed? When I'm around the hoes, my favorite question always, where's the head? I can't go in public no more, I ain't got nowhere to spend. I'm staying out the way, so we ain't got nowhere to bend. Shit, just put it on the flow and send the low on where to send. Acting like he on the run, he just going nowhere again. Arguing with my hoe late at night, I don't know where I been. Bitch, bye. 100 shots, Nas TT crying, it's a fish fry. Me and Surdy dumping out the window, let us get by. On the road doing shows, fuck hoes, get high. Trying to get up in our zone, that's a Trying to flick a pic with bro, that's a Reaching for something that's froze, that's a Surdy got me in that mode, you hear? Shitty voice, dog, shit militia. Long live scam. Trip Surdy.
What are you talking about? Yeah. I can't play no games cause I'm not no PlayStation. I ain't staying unless I got my PlayStation. I ain't waiting for it cause I hate patience. I'm here for paper, this shit ain't no vacation. And we outside on my niggas date break. If I slide for it, she gon' stay facing. Niggas lying, all I hear is fake statements. If you my op, then don't try to save face. And we ain't having fun unless we bring them funds out. You ain't touching none, boy, don't bring them crumbs out. I told her we was done, I don't know what she stunned by. Cause all that beating drums ain't gon' get no love out me. I'm in love with paper, but my pockets filled. We don't go on dates, she be wild and still. Yeah, boy, watch what you say, we got 5 for real. Bitch, my only meals paid, I'm not popping pills. Still ain't got no deal, and she gon' probably still treat me like I'm famous. I brought the app outside, mama think I'm dangerous. I only talk about blues, mama think I'm banking, yeah. Barely leave my room, niggas think I'm lazy. I don't play no games, cause I'm not no PlayStation. I ain't staying unless I got my PlayStation. I ain't waiting for it, cause I hate patience. I'm here for paper, this shit ain't no vacation. And we outside on my niggas day break. And if I slide for it, she gon' stay facing. Niggas lying, all I hear is fake statements. If you my op, why you tryna save face? And we ain't having fun unless we bring them funds out. You ain't touching none, boy, don't bring them crumbs out. I told her we was done, I don't know what she stunned by. All that beating drums ain't gon' get no love out me. I'm in love with paper, but my pockets filled. We don't go on dates, she be wild and still. Boy, watch what you say, we got 5 for real. And my only meals paid, we ain't popping pills. 5 for real. Yeah.
I broke the scale, broke the scale, broke the scale, broke the scale, bitch, I broke the scale. Top 5, but I'm really top G. I ain't never met a hoe I couldn't link. Say that I'm a target, okay, I ain't losing sleep. And I ain't never lost a hoe that I wanted to keep, ayy. Running through 100 bands in a week. Florida, baby, you can hear the accent when I speak. Was just a jit with other jits looking for freaks. Playing chicks with some playing hide and seek, ayy. Top 5, you can apply that to whatever.
Oh, hell no, why you playing this? God damn, Spotify, wait, let me do this shit, man. Oh yeah, it's on. Get back. Alright, dude. Oh, it's hard as fuck, though. I wish I put speed chat on this shit. I'm gonna look at that. And, interact with the website, but I can't interact with it because of fucking Airo Pro. I can't interact with shit, or like any other app. I don't think I can, so that's just not gonna work. Which is unfortunate. So hopefully they do something to help with that. Maybe, I don't know. I just said maybe. Yeah. Damn. Oh, hold on. How can I play this song out loud? Copyright. Well, this shit's gonna be unlisted. Well, but it is in general, it is going to be unlisted, so I don't really care. Because music is what I play. Dude, I love. What was that? Let's put on wide cam. Is the quality good? Not really. Definitely be better, but not bad. I'm gonna be right here, so.
I was already sticking in my car before she said I'm out. Then that boy saying G fight. I ain't even get a car. Girls are pretty I gotta keep me a car, so like I gotta go on the job. I don't be driving from that drink, I'm sweating through Celine. I was mad at my little bitch, she did something in the dream. She's in the bin, she's in traffic around her and me. I got too much money right now, they sound my reach. I'm in a black truck like the press, but I can't get impeached. It's some niggas that want me dead, but they ain't got the reach. I don't respect nobody but the feds, everybody else is beat it. On the call away, all of that.
We start going till it said, don't think no baby fit in here. Over the corner, might need cut my cup on seeing city. I got a vibe you never read, don't act like she ain't Caribbean. Don't think you 12, you leave your gun, don't touch your Rob Dillingham. Somebody never seen was a home earth, I ever want a wife. When I ever pat my finger at you like Uncle Ice.
Said he got watch, but he wants to get, but to me it's priceless. I got this whole line up like says they feed on wide line up. Perfect, then I'm chosen. Dog some other soldiers, carry all hands, I'm grown as fuck. Playing watch like I made a hole in one. Somebody hold out, striking, kill, I feel like spoiling more. Can't have smoke no nigga, if it ain't no money, if it ain't no blood involved.
Hey, gotta break my shirt off. She just took out titties, ass the same, she already know it's off. So they got just told where we rich as never the fuck we falling off. Young nigga, I'm rich junkie, Terry, ready to go to Tylenol. I just put a bitch up, she said, let's go, it's don't even bother y'all. Nigga can't get a response, get a bullet unless they guap a ball. I'm little boy in mine, they know that I'm tired of fake ball. Bitch, I'm playing here, every punish like Lego. I got more than I'm boasting, just a young girl. 20 at in the moment, I can lose it like a real mug. They pull up, try to speak, got to fuck some in like bird crumb. I'm trying to focus on real estate, think back bad on the drug hunt. You rap nigga get missed out, feel like a forfeit down on the club hunt. You rap nigga get missed out, look around and bound the soccer ball.
You rap nigga be working ugly, spin they teeth, they love out. Hope you know you like keep your hands, bitch, I'm ready to age you, man. Niggas got way more glasses, switch to they got clean bodies.
So the question was me, remember? I wouldn't pay attention to it. I wouldn't be able to pay attention to the thing. lock it. No, not really. Let me put some. I can't listen to music right now. I can't. Let's put some Mr. Nightmare. Mr. Nightmare. Fuck it. It's 40 minutes long at least. What am I gonna do now?
When I was 21 years old, I would be home alone at my parents' house a lot. We lived on a little pond, which was directly in our backyard. On the other side of the pond was a little town park.
Hold on.
Our neighbors were a bit spaced out. It was a pretty upscale, expensive block compared to the rest of the town, so the properties were big.
Okay.
I'm fully moved out now, but this was back when I was in college. My parents make a lot of money, and we have multiple homes, so often I was home alone. It was a random night in the summertime. I was off from school, so I can't remember if it was the weekend or a weekday. But odds are, since I was home, it was a random weekday. I was in the back sunroom watching a show. That was my favorite room in the house in the summer because it was the most cozy and had the best breeze with all the windows open. I was right on the corner of the couch, closest to the corner window. I heard splashing from outside, like in the pond. It could have been a goose or duck. Sometimes they fight in the water and make a bunch of splashing sounds. So at first I ignored it. But as it persisted, I decided to lower the volume on the TV and listen. I put my ear up to the window even, and I heard consistent splashing sounds, way too heavy to be from a duck or goose. It sounded like there were splashes from a person. I opened the door in the sunroom and stepped outside to the deck. I looked out to the pitch darkness of the backyard. I now heard a man's humming along with the splashes. Someone was definitely swimming in the water. They were trespassing. Each house on the pond owned a specific chunk of the pond. I stepped inside for a second to flick on the lights to the backyard deck. As I did this, just a bit of the pond was exposed, and the splashes and humming stopped. Whoever it was clearly saw me. I wondered if it was one of the neighbors going for a swim or something, which also just seemed weird because no one really swam in the pond ever. But honestly, whether it was or wasn't a neighbor, I wasn't going to confront whoever it was. I stepped back inside and turned off the lights, of course locking the door as well. I texted my brother, who was away at college, about it. He didn't answer right away. I was trying not to creep myself out over it, but watching TV after this was kind of hard. I couldn't focus on the show. I looked out the window, but all I could see outside was darkness. I still had the TV on in the background, not realizing how revealing the light from the TV would be outside. And then, I thought I heard something on the deck. I hurried to find the remote and turn off the TV, and as the room went black and silent, it took me a few seconds to adjust, and realize that there was the sound of someone's heavy breathing right outside one of the many windows in the room. I instantly laid down flat on the couch to try and hide myself, and after a short moment of silence, a deep voice from outside the window said, "I see you." My heart dropped into my stomach. I couldn't decide in the moment whether to speak or keep hiding, so I just blurted out, "Paul, is that you?" Paul was the name of one of our neighbors. I said this, clinging on to the hope that maybe it was him, and he was just messing with me. But the man outside didn't respond to this. I just heard footsteps walking away. As the barefoot-sounding footsteps faded to silence, I still laid flat on the couch, too afraid to move. I laid for a few minutes, before the thought to go check that all the doors were locked came to mind. I exploded off the couch and ran straight for the front door. It was locked, as was the side entrance door. I for a little while longer and texting my entire family about what was going on. My dad told me to turn the backyard lights on and check if anyone was still out there. He basically told me to be the man of the house and protect it. So I listened and checked the back deck through the window. It was clear. I brought a big knife outside with me onto the deck, and I looked down. There were wet footprints that had half dried by then, but I could tell that they were barefoot footprints. I followed the trail of footprints around to the side part of the deck, and what I saw was nightmare fuel. The top part of someone's head, namely their eyes and forehead, was peering just over the edge of the deck from the ground below, looking at me as if he heard me coming and was waiting. As we made eye contact, he turned away, and by now I was ready to call 911. I did so before even telling my parents. I locked myself inside, waiting for them, and when they came, I felt instantly better. They asked if our family had any enemies or people who don't like us, or if we have any problem neighbors. Questions like this. They did do a quick sweep of the property and then left. I decided to shut every window that night and run the air conditioning just for added safety.
So fucking hot.
This morning, I was just delighted to see sunlight. I don't believe that man ever returned to our house, and we still don't know who it could have been.
Oh my god, it's so fucking hot.
I have a dog who I take for a walk 3 times a day. First in the morning, then in the afternoon, and finally at night. I take him on the same route every time, which is through our driveway exit, which leads to a cul-de-sac parking lot for the condominium complex we live in. This will make sense soon as to why I'm telling you this. On the night walk, I always go somewhat late. I'm not sure why, but it's been a habit ever since I've had him, and it's never been a problem for us. Until one night, I begin our final walk of the day and go our usual route. I have a flashlight with me as there are no lights at the parking lot, and I'm listening to music with only one AirPod as I feel it would be for the best just in case I heard something unusual.
Yes.
And I did. As I'm approaching the parking lot, I was hearing something. A voice of some kind that was up ahead of me, but I was completely zoned out in my own world of music as it was happening. But then my mind finally caught up, and I stopped. I took the AirPod out and stood still to listen, just to see if I was only hearing things. And then it happened again. A voice that spoke ahead of me, but I couldn't see anyone. So I did the stupid thing and continued to carefully walk forward because I thought it was all in my head. And something didn't feel right about it. I stopped again after a few feet, right next to where all of the cars were parked, and I had my flashlight pointed everywhere in front of me. I stayed listening, and the creepiest thing that has ever happened to me yet was hearing a muffled voice of what sounded like a kid say the word help. My heart dropped so fast I couldn't move my legs. I frantically pointed my flashlight everywhere to see where it was coming from. I was sure it was coming from the cars, but I was completely thrown off by this. There wasn't a kid in sight, or anything nearby. It was just me and my dog, who didn't seem to notice anything as he was just sniffing some bushes nearby. And then I heard it again. The word help was spoken 3 more times, and it was coming from my left side where the cars were parked. It made me panic even more. I didn't know what to think of it, and I knew I wasn't imagining this when I saw my dog's ears perked up. He was looking in the same direction I was facing after it happened. And that's when it hit me about how incredibly eerie all this was. After hearing it multiple times, I realized the kid's voice didn't sound entirely like a kid. I don't know how to explain it, but it was like the mix of an adult and a child at the same time.
Yeah, I can't wear
And
this
each
shit.
time it called for help, not only was the voice always muffled, but it was spoken in a more generic statement as opposed to a cry for actual help every time. And I mean that literally.
I can't wear this.
There was absolutely no change
I can't
in
wear
tone,
this.
inflection, sound, or anything of sorts. My dog and I ran straight home afterwards, and I tried to explain to my mom what happened. She was puzzled herself about what it could have been, and I suggested we call the cops on the off chance that there was actually someone in need of help. But she didn't think it was necessary.
The
So
fuck
many
was that?
questions were conjuring up in my head. Why was the voice muffled? Was there someone in the car that I couldn't see? Or was it something darker waiting for me to move closer? I don't like to think too much about it. Whatever it was, it still makes me feel extremely disturbed
Oh my
to
God.
this day. This picture is where I had stopped and taken my AirPods out to listen. I heard it up ahead on the left. This is where I had gotten closer and heard it on my left side. I'm aware that there's a condo complex on the right right side, which some may think the noise was coming from, but it was in this direction, facing the cars, when my dog and I heard it. You could see from this point of view, but there's nothing to really indicate a noise coming from somewhere else. Also, at the time this happened, the cars that were parked were trucks and SUV types, so they were a lot larger and covering more space, thus making it harder to see from where I was standing. I never figured this out. What I'm about to tell you is the reason why my parents moved out of a house that was in the family for 3 generations. I've struggled with depression most of my life. It's hard for me to shake the feeling of being useless.
Damn.
I'm doing much better now, but when I was a kid, it was horrible.
Damn.
Because of that, I spent a lot of time alone in my room. My house was nestled in a very woodsy area. There were trees on 3 sides of it and a forest separating it from any neighbors. My room was pretty big for a bedroom. It was in the back corner of the house, so the windows on 2 walls faced the woods. It was honestly pretty scary for a kid my age. It didn't help that I was also scared of the dark.
Yeah.
Things started happening when I was around 10 or so. I was in the 5th grade, and I was at the age where it wasn't acceptable to sleep in my parents' bed after a nightmare, but I was still accused of having an active imagination. The first thing I noticed was my nightlight. It had different color settings, so if I wanted, I could change the LED around. I liked keeping it on red, which is what I fell asleep to most nights.
Never mind.
I woke up randomly in the middle of the night, which was unusual for me. I was really tired and fell back asleep in the night. But before I did, I noticed that my nightlight was a different color than the red I always left on. I didn't think much of it until about a week later. One morning, I woke up and realized my nightlight was once again not set to red like it always was. I asked my parents why they were messing with my nightlight, but they were confused and told me they didn't know what I was talking about. I explained what had happened to them, and they told me that the thing had always been glitchy. I knew best, so I accepted that answer for a while. At least until one morning, after waking up to see my nightlight plugged completely.
Whoa.
It was just sitting there on the floor.
Bro, look
Once
at this.
again, my parents dismissed my concern, told me my brain should be focused on school. My dad said I was getting too old for a nightlight anyway. A few days later, my nightlight was missing completely. It had seemingly evaporated out of existence. Now I knew my parents
Why does it do that though?
They probably thought I should have outgrown the nightlight by then and took matters into their own hands. This incident caused a massive fight between them and I, since both of us accused the other of hiding it, and neither of us was budging. I couldn't believe my parents would blatantly lie to me about something like this, but there was nothing I could do. After that, things went back to normal for a week. That didn't last long, though. 3 nights in a row, I woke up randomly in the middle of the night. Each time, I had no idea what was waking me up. After it happened a 4th time in a row, I told my parents. They told me that I was going through puberty, and that changes to my body are natural. The next time it happened, I stayed awake instead of falling back asleep. A few minutes after I woke up,
damn, that's loud.
I heard faint rustling noises from my closet.
That was not
My
good.
parents didn't believe me. My dad even checked my closet, and there was nothing in there besides old toys and posters. The next 4 days remained the most traumatizing nights I've ever experienced in my life. I'd been woken up only to hear rustling in my closet. It was torture. I couldn't take it anymore. I begged my parents to believe me, and my dad got angry. He dragged me to my closet to prove there was nothing in there. He started throwing toys around my room, clearing the closet bit by bit, yelling at me the whole time. That is, until he pulled one of the posters off the wall. My mother and father stared in horror at the massive hole in the wall the posters had concealed.
Yo!
My mom started screaming.
Whoa.
My dad pulled out a flashlight. The hole was way too deep to see where it led, so my dad ran outside and began inspecting the outside of the house. There was a tiny hole in the dirt at the base of the house, and a little digging revealed that it was more than a divot. There was literally a passageway from the woods to my room.
Oh, hell no.
My mom and I were out of the house that night to my aunt's house. We moved out shortly after this. I stayed at my aunt's house until we did. I don't like thinking about this experience. but I'm gonna have to face it eventually. My parents also refuse to talk about this incident, and I think it's partly because they feel some blame for not taking me serious. To think that there was a stranger in my room every night for over a month.
Oh my,
I have no idea what they wanted. We'll probably never know. If your kids come to you with something that sounds abnormal, believe them.
I don't know, but damn, man. But damn, that was weird as hell. Let's see if this works.
My name is Leo. To be completely honest with you, I'm a little lost in life right now. I won't get into it too much, but all you need to know is that my family situation is horrible. For the past 3 years, I've tried to stay as far away from home as
What is that? Why is this here?
I've been changing in ways I don't
fuck?
like, and I feel like my hometown has nothing to offer me anymore.
Oh damn.
I'm about to be a senior in college, and to be completely honest, I have absolutely no idea what I'm going to do with my life after that.
Facts, me
Enough
too.
of the sob story, though. I was in Berlin last year for whatever reason, probably searching for a sense of place or trying to find a direction in life. I remember the name of the bar I was in, Reduya. I was there alone, nothing I'm not used to. I was getting ready to leave when I felt around my pocket and realized my apartment keys were missing. Just my luck. I stumbled out of the bar and began walking toward my apartment anyway. The whole thing was locked up. There was no way I was getting in there. And it was way too late at night to get a replacement set. I'm not sure what most people would do in a situation like this, but my first thought was to start looking for a place to sleep. As if my luck wasn't bad enough, it started raining. Eventually, I decided to sleep under a nearby bridge. I didn't even know where I was, but I was out of the rain and safe, so I was happy. As I was drifting off, I began picking up on some faint voices coming from across the river. I sat back up and saw what looked like 5 men standing on the opposite side of the river, along with a little boat that was tied off. They didn't seem to notice me. It took me less than a minute to realize what I was watching.
What?
There was an honest-to-God drug dealer or something going down right in front of me.
Shit.
My German isn't great, so I wasn't really able to make out what they were saying. But several briefcases and duffel bags were exchanging hands,
Damn.
so I filled in the blanks myself.
Yeah, man.
I thought about finding a new spot, but I didn't want to draw attention to myself by moving. I figured I'd just wait for this to be over, then leave. All of a sudden, one of the men yelled something aggressively in German and pointed a gun at one of the other men. There was a brief moment of silence before the other guy put his hands up and began talking really quickly. It looked like he was being set up. The other men stripped the man at gunpoint of his clothing and started confiscating his belongings. I didn't feel safe there anymore and got up slowly to move. As I did, I heard one of the men shout what roughly translates to, "There's someone there."
Oh no.
I started running, not even turning to look at
Yo.
them. They shouted more things at me, but the only words I was able to understand were, "Don't shoot." I ran until I threw up and nearly passed out due to drunken exhaustion.
Yeah, man.
There was no way they'd be able to catch me, but they could have easily killed me. Sometimes I still think about how I could have lost my life that night if those men had decided to fire at me. Sometimes I feel like I'm fated to run forever.
Crazy, man.
It was a normal Friday afternoon at my high school. I was walking down a hallway with my friend Emma as she talked about God knows what. I was just trying to get through the day because I honestly had a lot to deal with at home as well as at school, being that my foster parents weren't the nicest people, to say the least. As we walked past the lunchroom, I suddenly had to use the bathroom. I asked Emma if she had to go. She said no and that she would wait outside for me. I went into the bathroom and immediately noticed no one else was in there.
Oh, that's
I thought to myself, that was weird, because out of the multiple bathrooms in the school, this one was always packed at any given time. I shrugged it off and went into a stall. And a few seconds after getting in the stall and sitting down, I heard the bathroom entrance door open and shut abruptly, and someone entering the bathroom.
Oh
But I
no.
didn't hear
School
them after
lockdown.
entering.
Sorry.
I didn't think anything of this. It wasn't really anything out of the ordinary. Maybe it was someone hiding from an admin. I went about my business. I stood up to button my jeans and read the writing on the bathroom wall. There was a bunch of random quotes and rants about teachers. Then I heard the door open again, and I assumed whoever was in here had left. I came out of the stall, and as I left the bathroom, Emma was looking at me with a weird face, almost like a "what the hell did I just see" face. I asked her what was up, and she asked me, "Who was that standing right behind you in the bathroom stall?" I got chills. I told her no one was in the stall with me and to stop fucking with me. She promised me she wasn't. She told me she actually came in seconds before I came out because she realized she did need to go. But then she saw someone else in the stall, standing with their shoes touching the back of mine. That's how close they were behind me in the stall. And she said she left immediately, not wanting to witness whatever was going on. I reiterated again I was the only one in the stall. However, I had heard someone come in, but I never heard them use the bathroom, and I had assumed they were hiding from an admin. That's when she told me no one went near the door until she came in seconds before I came out. I didn't believe in the paranormal, but this made my stomach sink. I found an admin and told her about it, and she pretty much tried to assure me that it didn't happen, that Emma was probably just messing with me. But Emma was never one to take things seriously or be serious in general. So when she looked me in the eyes with a serious face and told me word for word what she saw, I felt like it actually happened, and something really was in there with me, along with the fact that I heard the bathroom door open and close twice. I'm 18 now, and I haven't forgotten it since. This happened long ago when I was renting a small house in the town that I got my first real big girl job at. It was a small one-floor house with 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and just enough living space for myself and occasionally hosting some people. I had been living there for a few weeks already. All was fine. The landlord, who I'll just call Michelle, was really friendly and understanding. I think she rented to me because she didn't want a male renting out her house. I'll skip unnecessary details and get right to the point. Something very weird started happening a few weeks into living there. One regular work night, I got a knock at the door. I went to the other side and said, "Who is it?" And no one responded. I didn't open it. No one should be knocking on my door late at night. It was early the next morning. I had finished getting ready for work and was about to leave. I opened my front door and saw a big post-it note taped to the storm door. It said, "Hello, beautiful." I right away remembered the knocks on the door from last night. It was no doubt the same person, but the big question was, who could it be? I crumpled it out of disgust and threw it in the trash, hoping and assuming it would be a one-and-done thing. It was that night that I got another knock at the door. This time a little earlier, while I was cooking dinner. I went over to the door, this time not saying anything, just listening. There was no peephole or glass to look through to the other side. I had no way of seeing who was there without opening the door, and that wasn't going to happen, as the storm door didn't lock. But this was the second night in a row, and now I was realizing this was some kind of stalker situation. I called my mom and dad to ask for advice, and really, they didn't even know what to say. My dad, who was a retired police officer, said that if I called the cops, they wouldn't really be of any help unless they were catching the person in the act. My dad advised me to not go outside late at night for a while, don't answer the door, and if it persists, that he'd come to town and spend a few days with me. So that was the advice I followed. The next morning, the first thing I did was check the storm door for another note, and part of me died inside when I saw another note stuck to the glass. This one said, "I like to watch you." I took a picture of it with my phone and sent it to not only my family, but Michelle as well. I asked Michelle if she had any kinds of issues with certain men or any stalkers. She acted appalled and shocked when I sent her a picture of the note and told her about the knocks. She assured me that she didn't have any stalkers and that she was in a long-term relationship. Still, I wasn't entirely convinced. I left a note on the door after work that day, saying, "If you're looking for Michelle, she does not live here. She only rents this house out. If you continue to come here, I will be reporting this to the police." Doing this gave me a level of comfort, actually. I thought this would end things. That night, every waking minute was spent with anxiety, worrying about hearing knocks at the door again. To my relief, there were none tonight. I went to sleep in relative peace, thinking my note worked. The next morning, I opened the door and removed my note from the glass, but then realized it wasn't my note. It was a new note, and it said, "I'm not looking for Michelle. I'm looking for you." And then it said my name, followed with, "I like watching you," like it said in the previous note. I sent it to my dad right away. I felt seriously ill. My dad packed a bag and drove up first thing. He was at my house by the time I got home from work. And work that day was rough because I couldn't think of anything except for this horrific situation. I even wondered if someone in my office could have been doing this. like this creepy guy Fernando. My dad and I waited to call the police together until later in the night when we figured whoever was doing this may be hiding out there already. We wanted them to see the police presence. We spoke with an officer outside. My dad said it must have been a busy night since they only sent one. My dad, being a retired police officer, obviously didn't hurt in this whole situation. After the officer left with his report, my dad stayed out on the front stoop for hours, even after I went to sleep. Obviously, the person didn't return that night, and I moved out once I was able to pack all my things. Michelle was completely understanding. Thankfully, whoever was stalking me at that house didn't follow me to my new place, likely eliminating the possibility that it was a coworker. So I will likely never know who it was. I'll be honest with you, I've probably spent more time chasing women than I'd like to admit. I've had to tone it down a lot since college, partly because of what I'm about to tell you. I went to school in California, and while I haven't been back in a while, when I was there, the culture was very open. And when I say open, I mean sexual. This honestly could have been true for other
Top shit. Type shit. We're back.
House didn't. I'll be honest with you, I've probably spent more time chasing women than I'd like to admit. I've had to tone it down a lot since college, partly because of what I'm about to tell you. I went to school in California, and while I haven't been back in a while, when I was there, the culture was very open. And when I say open, I mean sexual. This honestly could have been true for other colleges in other states at the time, but I really wouldn't know. It was my sophomore year, and I had just finished pledging the fraternity Pike. About halfway through the semester, though, I was getting sick of only talking to sorority girls that seemed to know half the guys in every frat. It was honestly a little gross, and I started developing a fear that every girl I was interested in had been with several people I personally knew. I tried my luck and created a Tinder profile. It wasn't long before I matched with someone whose interests seemed to match mine. We started talking, and things were going well. After a few days, we made plans to meet up at a local college bar called Tap House on a Saturday night. This was actually my favorite bar in the area because it had pool tables and I had been clearing racks since I was 10 years old. I remember getting there a little early so I could secure a table and warm my muscles up a bit. An hour passed though, and I came to terms with the fact that I had probably been stood up. I was trying to decide whether I should salvage the night or just go home and play online chess when I got a notification. To my surprise, it was Yamel, the girl I was waiting on, telling me she had just arrived. I greeted her, and she apologized for being late. We got some drinks, played some pool, and got to know each other. She was Latina and a heavy drinker, so I got plastered just trying to keep up. At one point, she asked for my Instagram, which I gave to her. 10 seconds later, I found myself staring at a collection of explicit photos she had just sent me. I was confused, but in my drunken state, I wasn't going to complain. Before I could even respond, she told me, "Your turn," which I figured could only mean one thing. Honestly, if I hadn't been so drunk, I probably would have questioned why we were sending pictures to each other when we were literally 5 feet apart. But I didn't have the foresight. I complied with her request. We laughed about the whole thing, and that was that. A few hours later, things at the bar were starting to wind down. I was planning on inviting her to my place, but she beat me to it, asking if I could spend the night at hers. I agreed, and we left the bar. I couldn't even walk in a straight line. It was honestly embarrassing. We Ubered to her apartment, which was actually in Oakland, something I hadn't realized before. Honestly, red flags should have been going off in my brain the moment we crossed into Oakland. She unlocked the door of her apartment and stepped aside so I could go first. I took a few steps inside and heard the door shut behind me. It was pitch black in there. As I was turning around to ask her to flip some lights on, the room lit up. To my horror, I wasn't facing a harmless 5'2" girl anymore. Instead, two massive bald dudes with tank tops were standing in front of the door with their hands clasped. I turned around, and there was another white bald dude in front of me. I wish I could tell you more about the room I was in, but it was honestly difficult for me to recall small details of that night. I couldn't fight or flee, so I just froze. The guy in front of me began telling me my own name, birthday, and age. He then went on to say that the girl I had just gone out with was 17, meaning I had received and sent explicit pictures to a minor. He then suggested that I do what I was told, which I did.
Oh, what? What? What am I hearing? What the fuck? What? Oh, god damn, I skipped the fucking thing. That was what? Oh my, I fucked up. God damn it. Where was the timestamp? What's the timestamp?
California, and ultimately complied with her to me. I wish I could tell you more about the room I was in.
That is crazy what I heard. But
it was honestly difficult for me to recall small details of that night. I couldn't fight or flee, so I just froze. The guy in front of me began telling me my own name, birthday, and age. He then went on to say that the girl I had just gone out with was 17, meaning I had received and sent explicit pictures to a minor. He then suggested that I do what I was told, which I did. The two guys behind me confiscated my phone, wallet, and keys, all of which I gave up without a fight. I asked the guy in front of me what he wanted, and me basically told me that he was a major distributor of illicit substances in Northern California. He told me that I'd be outed as a pedophile if I didn't distribute his product to my fraternity and university. I wish I could remember more specifics. The two men behind me then gave me a piece of paper and told me to write down my address, followed by a list of names and numbers for as many students as I knew. I told them that I'd need my phone to complete the list, so one of them held it firmly in front of me and let me scroll through. All three of them were hovering over me now, knowing I was basically checkmated. I don't know what compelled me to do it, but the literal second I saw a chance, I ran. I was too drunk to think about the consequences of those pictures on my phone. I narrowly escaped out the door I had entered from and ran as fast as I possibly could. It's not like I was safe, though. I was still smack dab in one of the most dangerous places in America. Eventually, I found a nice-looking house and begged them to open up. I pleaded with them to let me use their phone and call 911, and then I told the police everything. But of course, I didn't remember the address of that girl's apartment. An officer picked me up and took down a report before asking me if I would be okay leading them back to that apartment. I was actually able to retrace the way I had run, and I waited in one of the squad cars as the police barged in. After a few minutes, an officer told me that the place was completely deserted, and there were not any signs that people had even been there. In the following weeks, the police actually took my report seriously and launched a full-scale investigation. They concluded that it was probably gang-related, but were never able to arrest anyone. That was years ago. I bet this incident has been swept under the rug of Oakland's rampant crime and drug-related activity. In all honesty, what happened to me all those years ago is probably nowhere near the top of the list when it comes to that godforsaken place. I haven't used a dating app since.
That summer was fucking crazy. What the fuck? Nah, that summer was crazy.
I've been smoking cigarettes every day for years. Before you judge me, let me just say that I recently started seeing a therapist for my nicotine addiction. Unfortunately, it hasn't helped much. The only thing worse than my nicotine addiction is my sleep schedule. I don't know what it is. I find myself staying up hours past midnight and rarely get out of bed before noon. While I'm trying to fix these parts of my life, they're extremely relevant to what I'm about to tell you. It began a few months ago. I was standing on my balcony, like I do most nights, smoking a cigarette. I live in a really secluded neighborhood. It's not like the houses around here are right next to each other. Despite this, I have a neighbor whose fence I can see over if I'm standing on my balcony. I'm not nosy or anything, but this particular night, I was looking into his yard. I had never met the guy, but I assumed he lived alone since there was only ever a navy blue BMW parked in his driveway. But not this night, though. There was a black van I'd never seen before sitting in front of his house. I didn't make anything of it, just noting the coincidence to myself. The next night, though, I made it a point to pay attention to his yard, and the same black van was parked there again. I didn't assume something sinister was going on. I was more intrigued than anything. The following morning, I went up to my balcony and looked into his yard. The van was gone. For the remainder of the week, I made a game out of observing the van at night, theorizing its purpose. I said I wasn't nosy, but I sure am obsessive. It's actually the main reason most of my friends drifted out of my life. I wasn't going to do more than observe, though. It wasn't my business or place to poke around further. That is, until one night, when I saw something that completely changed my perspective of the situation. I was up later than usual. It was maybe 5 in the morning. The van was there, as it had been the past several nights. I was smoking my last cigarette when my neighbor actually walked outside, something I hadn't seen yet. I watched as he made his way to the van, carrying what appeared to be a long black bag. It almost looked like a set of golf clubs, only much heavier. After opening the van's sliding door, he delicately placed the bag inside. He promptly got in the driver's seat and sped off. I was dumbfounded. I had absolutely no idea what he could have been carrying. I was exhausted, though, so I figured I'd think about it more the next morning. The next day, I decided that I'd go out on my balcony a little earlier and wait for the van to arrive at his house. I brought my laptop up there so I could get some work done and wait. It was around 10 p.m. and the van wasn't in the driveway, but around 1 a.m. the van pulled in. I quickly shut my laptop and watched. Nothing happened for a good several minutes, like the van just sat there, engine running and all. After about 5 minutes, the driver door opened, and there he was. I watched as he went around to the side of the van, then slid the door open and pulled out the same bag that he had put in the night before. He seemed to be struggling this time around, visibly trying not to crack under the weight of whatever was in there. After waddling a few slow steps, both he and the bag disappeared into his house. I didn't know what to think. I thought about waiting there until 5 a.m. again, but that would be far too taxing on my brain. Something was definitely wrong, though, and I was determined to find out what. The next morning, I flipped a coin and ultimately decided to follow his van when he pulled out that night. After a pretty unproductive day, I went up to my balcony around 4 a.m. and waited, cigarette in hand. As soon as I saw movement in his driveway, I rushed downstairs, grabbed my keys, and got in my car. I turned my headlights off and waited for the van to turn onto the main road. Once it did, I began tailing it. After 20 minutes of driving, he pulled onto a dirt path that looked like it led into the woods. It did. I followed, and the woods actually started thinning up a bit. It seemed like this path had once been a main road or something. We drove for another few minutes before I realized what his destination was. There was a deserted gas station literally tucked away in some clearing in the woods. And right in front of it was the BMW I'd always seen parked in his driveway. I feared I was getting too close, so I turned my car around and parked across the street from the dirt road. I must have waited there an hour. His BMW finally pulled out of the clearing. Nervously, I started driving back up the path, not sure what I'd find. I pulled over on the side of the road and started walking towards the gas station. It was eerie. The front door was locked. I walked around to the side. That was locked as well. So was the back door. I needed to know what was inside. There was a row of windows that I tried to open, but none of them would budge. Against my better judgment, I picked up a rock and slammed it into one of the windows. It shattered pretty easily, but there must have been a security system in that place because alarm bells started blaring. I sprinted back to my car, the whole time wondering why an abandoned gas station would be rigged with an alarm system. As I sped out of there, I called 911 and gave them a vague description before hanging up. I got back to my house and ran inside, my heart still racing. The next morning, I woke up hoping the whole thing had blown over. Boy, was I wrong. I went up to my balcony to see like 8 police cars in my neighbor's driveway, lights flashing and everything. I watched as an officer escorted my neighbor out of his house in handcuffs. One by one, the police cars drove away and I was left to my imagination. I lit a cigarette and stood there, finally alone with my thoughts. I've asked the police for details on several occasions, but they would never answer my questions. I've even tried driving back up to that gas station, but the whole road had been blocked off. Maybe one day I'll work up the courage to walk through the woods and go looking for answers. I'm not somebody who grew up with any kind of sleep disorders, such as sleep paralysis or night terrors. I've always been a very heavy sleeper, so that's why when what I'm about to tell you started happening, it was a shock to me. We all have the occasional nightmare. I used to call nightmares a free, 3D immersive horror movie. To most, that will probably sound freakish, but in a weird way, I sometimes like the thrill of waking up after a nightmare. I was living with my one roommate, Patricia. I just called her Trish. We had very different schedules with work, so we didn't see each other much besides on the weekends. This happened in July. I remember because it was so hot out that I had the window AC unit on full blast every night, which also provided a white noise that helped me sleep better. It was the first night that I had the nightmare, a few days after my ex and I had broken up, and life wasn't exactly the best. I had a dream that I vaguely remember for the most part, but the part that I vividly remember is being in a room full of my family members sitting quietly around a dinner table, and standing across the table from me was what I could best describe to be a creature that looked like one of the aliens from the movie Science, only with horns and claws. It looked like what you'd imagine a sleep paralysis demon to look like, only I was still fully asleep and dreaming. The next thing I knew, the thing was standing next to me, looking down at me. I started to run away in my dream until I was in my room, or I guess my brain's version of my room. That was the last of that dream I remember before waking up. My room was pitch black, and the AC fan was on full blast. My heart was racing a bit from the dream, and I sat there thinking, wow, that was a creepy dream. I looked around the room naturally before laying back down and going to sleep. The following night, I woke up in the middle of the night to my bedroom door open, which I usually 99% of the time would leave shut unless I was drinking. My immediate thought was that it was Trish checking if I was home. I went up to go shut it and went back to sleep fairly quickly. I asked Trish if she came in my room the next day via text, and she told me she did not. So it was always possible I just took a midnight trip to the bathroom or kitchen that I didn't remember. It was the following night that I had another nightmare. That same demon creature from my previous dream appeared again in this one. This one was a lot more disturbing. Instead of being with my family, I was in a dark, square, empty room with the thing, and it kept getting closer to me. Oddly, I don't remember the thing actually moving its limbs to walk. I just remember that it kept getting closer and closer until it was on top of me. And then, like I couldn't even move, the thing took a claw to my thigh and scratched me, and I actually think I felt the pain in my dream. Then, the next thing I remember is waking up. I don't mean I woke up right after that. I mean I don't remember what happened after that in the dream. But it was dark in the room once again, AC on full blast. I felt a slight stinging feeling on my upper thigh. I felt it with my hand, and I actually felt like I felt something on the skin. I rushed to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, and I screamed out loud when I saw a gash in my thigh. I went to Trish's room and turned on the light, waking her up. She asked how the fuck I got that, and I screamed, I don't know. We went to my room together and flipped off all the sheets and covers off the bed, looking for any kinds of bugs or spiders or any sharp object I could have laid down on, which, yes, I understand makes no sense, but what else were we to think? Trish then looked at me and said, wait, and put her finger to her lip. She turned off my AC unit, and for the first time in days, the room went quiet. It all became sickeningly clear in an instant, as we both heard a sound from under my bed. The kind of faint sound that you sense from another person just existing in the room. I'm impressed at both of our ability to not scream right on the spot as we both looked at the bed and then at each other, and then left the room and then the apartment. We knocked on the neighboring apartment door until he answered. We asked him for help. Someone was in our apartment. He was an older guy, so I don't think we expected him to go fight some stranger in our apartment. He let us use his phone to call 911. At some point while waiting for the police, we heard a door outside slam shut. It sounded like our door. None of us could look out the window in time to see who it was. When the police got there, we confirmed the intruder was gone. We did leave all the lights on in the apartment when we ran away, though, and left in a rather sudden fashion, so the intruder definitely knew that we knew. And then came the reflection I had of my dreams and what they actually meant. That demon in my dreams was supposed to be him, even in the first dream. And with my door being open that night, that means he or she may have been roaming around our apartment that night, possibly eating our food. And to think this person actually scratched my thigh so hard it left a mark, it's actually really disturbing to think about. This forever changed my outlook on dreams and nightmares. This happened when I was a little kid, living in our old house in Suffolk County, Long Island. I'm gonna say I was about 6 or 7 years old. My older brother and I shared a bedroom on the top floor that used to be a separate apartment that my dad rented out to an old lady, but she moved out, and so the upstairs was mainly for my older brother and I at that point. The layout was as follows. At the top of the stairs, on the left was our bedroom, which used to be the old woman's living room. Straight ahead was the bathroom, and to the right was an extra kitchen and a small bedroom. We had a million toys in our room, as the room itself was huge, and it also had 2 parallel crawl-in closets on opposite sides of the room where we stored a million other toys and board games and stuff like that. There was one toy, though, a race car with a bunch of buttons on it. The buttons would make the car's lights turn on momentarily and play varying sound effects such as honking, revving, and driving sounds, and a little rock song. It was a toy we had for like ever, because it was originally a gift from my brother when he was a little younger. It was a random night. My brother and I were both in bed, not yet asleep, when suddenly, like a jump scare from a scary movie, the loud revving sound of that car toy suddenly activated, along with the lights of the car in the middle of the room. I looked at the car and instantly got scared and accused my brother Luke of doing that to scare me. He was laughing hysterically, saying he didn't do it. I was completely terrified. The toy then stopped making noises and went quiet. I was extremely unsettled, as any little kid would be, but nevertheless, time marched on and I fell asleep. It wasn't for a while until something else happened. One night, when Luke and I were both in bed again, we both heard a weird thud in the room. Luke insisted on trying to creep me out, saying there was a ghost in the room or something, and I kept yelling at him to shut up or I'd get Mom. He kept laughing until we both noticed a light in the corner of the room. It was the toy car again. I got out from the bed and ran straight down the stairs yelling for my mom. I got to my parents' room and yelled there's something in our room. I'm sure I gave a little 7-year-old spiel about how there's a ghost in the room, hearing a thud and the lights on the toy car turning on. Luke entered the room, and my mom defaulted to telling him to knock it off if he's trying to scare me. He said how could he turn the lights of the car on from his bed? I slept in my parents' room that night because I was too scared to sleep upstairs. It was a long while after that night and nothing happened. Not until one night. Luke was not in the room, I guess as he was having a sleepover with one of his many friends. I was sleeping in the room by myself that night. I had long since tucked that car away in the small bedroom across the hall because it freaked me out. After my mom kissed me goodnight, I asked her to keep the door open since I was always scared when I was alone in the room. I rolled on my side and tried to go to sleep. But being that I was scared of being alone, I had a hard time getting tired that night. I felt wide awake. Then, there was a sound I can't explain that came from down the hall. I flipped over to face the door, and the toy car rolled into the room with its lights on. I let out a scream straight from the bottom of my stomach as I cried for my mom and pressed my body up against the wall. Moments later, my parents both came up the stairs into the room, noticing the car on the floor. I screamed that someone pushed the car into the room. My dad went to go check the other rooms, but said there was no one there. There weren't any places to hide up there besides the closets and under the beds, and my dad checked all of them. I don't know what my parents thought in that moment. On one hand, they probably thought the toy was malfunctioning or it's just my imagination. But on the other hand, I think they were also slightly freaked out. That toy car didn't have a feature to move on its own. My dad smashed the toy and threw it in the neighbor's trash to make me feel better. I slept in their room for a while until my dad forced me back upstairs eventually. This story is the reason why I believe in the paranormal and something after death.
That was super clean. Ooh. Oh, so sore. I gotta go that one now. Oh my god. I wasn't bad. I like that one. 46 minutes down. But shit. That was really good. That was really good. I was just missing I never uploaded more. I lost all this shit.
Let me introduce myself to you all. I'm going to go by my nickname JT in order to keep the story flowing properly. I just want to make sure nobody loses track of the shuffle, so to speak. This is a tale from back in my younger years, 2010 to be exact. My sister Lara had just turned 21. She was still living at home with my mom and stepdad while attending nursing classes at our community college. The night of her 21st birthday was spent in a relatively quiet way with family. Just a good steak dinner and a birthday cake that my mom made from scratch. Then we all split a bottle of wine and talked about our week. It was a quiet, peaceful family get-together, really no different than any other, since my sister and I reached adulthood. At some time during the night, my sister asked if she could throw her own birthday party and just invite a few friends. We were no longer teenagers at this point, and when we invited friends over, it was normally just to hang out, order some pizza, and play Settlers of Catan, or whatever board game we got our hands on. I know, wild and crazy, right? She and I were a bit different as kids. She developed an aggressive form of ovarian cancer when she was 13. Through years of chemotherapy combined with a hysterectomy, she managed to beat it. Those were some absolutely chaotic years, so our parents completely understood why our idea of a good time was a quiet one. My mom thought for a second about Lara's request and told her that she would have to figure out how she and our stepdad could have a date night. Her only request was to give them at least a week in order to do so. A week rolled by, and my sister gave me a phone call at work. I called her on my lunch break, and she let me know that the plan was a go, and I could bring a friend or two with me if I wanted. There was this girl by the name of Dana, who worked across the street at our local library. She and I were in the process of getting to know one another through small talk, but she seemed really cool. I figured now would be the time to shoot my shot. I told my sister what I was going to do, and from the other side of the line, I heard this gleeful giggle and a supportive, "Go for it." Long story short, I had a little bit of time left on my break, and a couple of books to return anyway, so it all kind of worked out. She said she had the weekend off and nothing going on, so she was more than happy to come. Fast forward to that Saturday afternoon. I met Dana at the library, and she went to the grocery store with me to grab a few things before going to the party. Nothing major league, just a couple of those cube-shaped boxes of Mountain Dew and Pepsi, some chips, backup refreshments, just in case. As we were walking around the grocery store, Dana started making some small talk with me, and she mentioned that she may have accidentally let slip that she was going to a house party this weekend with a couple of friends. I told her it was no big deal. It wasn't exactly like her friends knew where my parents lived. She looked down at her feet sheepishly and said, "I told a couple of my girlfriends and one of them knows your sister. I told them it was just going to be a quiet get-together and not some big party, just a few people and some board games. I really hope they don't show up. They're my friends and all, but they're the worst kind of moochers." Still, I didn't see it as a reason to panic, at least not at first. When I asked what the worst was that they could do, Dana pretty much told me that they were the types to raid a liquor cabinet and down the entirety of the most expensive alcohol they could find. I responded by saying, "Joke's on them if they come to the party, only to realize that nobody in my household drinks. It's to the point where we fight about whether it's even necessary to have a liquor cabinet. I hope they like semi-expired boxed wine." She laughed at my response. I guess she figured she was panicking over nothing, and we left it at that. About an hour later, we arrived at my parents' place, and as we went in, my sister took Dana to the side for a little girl talk. I set the groceries down on the counter and began helping set up for the party while they chatted. My mom and stepdad decided that they were going to take a drive 3 counties over to a bowling alley in the area and make a night of it before hitting up a restaurant for dinner. We knew they were over an hour away, and if they came home during the party, depending on what game we broke out, there may be more room at the table. I grabbed the stack of board games from a shelf in the hallway closet and stacked them neatly in the middle of the table. I asked my sister what she wanted for her pizza, and I ordered a few for delivery. From that point, we just sat and waited for the guests to arrive. The first person to show up was our cousin and his boyfriend at the time, followed up by a couple of my sister's closest friends from the community college. She told me we were expecting one more person, and they should be there shortly. From that point, it was just a matter of getting some food in our bellies and setting up whatever game we chose. It was supposed to be a simple night. The last person then showed up, the daughter of our old next-door neighbor, a friendship my sister and I had maintained since childhood. Now that everyone was there, we decided we were going to break out Risk. As we were going through the process of setting up, we heard another knock at the door. My cousin got up to answer, and we heard a female voice say, "We're here with Dana." They were 2 girls who looked as if they walked right out of an Abercrombie & Fitch ad. They were pretty, tall, and slender, with platinum blonde hair, dressed in golf skirts and polo shirts. They were totally giving off the whole spoiled rich girl vibe, and they were standing in the doorway. Dana got up and saw the 2 girls standing there, and she just invited them in. She introduced them as Chelsea and Nadine, and then she told us that they were the 2 friends that she told about the party. They introduced themselves to us, and I got this total sense of false sincerity. They had this attitude of having absolutely nothing better to do than slumming it with the locals. She saw Risk partially set up on the table, and made a comment about how they were absolutely not going to play board games. Me being me, I shut them down immediately. I told them that I understand Dana invited them, but we had no idea they were coming until the last second. The plan was a quiet evening with pizza and board games, and if they weren't cool with the idea, then they didn't have to stay. Their attitudes took an immediate shift for the better, and they surprisingly apologized for the way they came off. They just let us know that board games really weren't their thing, and they were counting on it being a night that they weren't sure they would enjoy. I told them to give it a shot. I told them that our friend group was actually pretty fun, and we were more than inviting, as long as the mood stayed chill. They looked at each other and agreed in unison that they'd give it a shot. I was in the living room grabbing a couple of spare chairs to put around the gaming table when there was another knock at the door. I walked over and opened the door to be greeted by 3 guys. "Hey, we're here for the party," they said. I looked them up and down, and when I got ready to say that we didn't have room for anybody else, they pushed past me and made their way into the kitchen, the acrid smell of marijuana smoke trailing behind them. To make matters better, I got this sudden urge to look at our driveway. 2 more cars pulled up, each of them full of people. I looked on in frustration as people poured through the front door, like a bunch of extras in an American Pie knockoff film. At one point, I got shoved to the side and knocked off my feet. I was getting livid. Finally, 2 more guys showed up, and I got to look at them. I didn't know who they were, but I did know that I was getting ready to read them the riot act. They both dressed like a couple of country boys. Carhartt boots, blue jeans, and one of them was wearing a Johnny Cash t-shirt, and he reached down to help me up. He introduced himself as Dalton, and the friend that came with him was his younger brother, Vince. They mentioned Lara had called them earlier on in the week to let them know about the quiet birthday party. They commented on the absolute chaos that was going on. Their story was backed up a little bit more when I finally got a good look at Vince, and I saw that he was holding a vintage Stratego box. They asked if they could come in, a first among the crowd that just invited themselves in, like it was their house. I truly appreciated the manners and told them to head on inside. Vince didn't say a lot, and it took me a minute to realize why. Then Dalton turned around and started communicating to him in ASL, American Sign Language. Vince playfully slapped his forehead with his free hand and gave a little laugh. He pointed at the board game and pointed at the living room table. I just nodded yes. He put it down and went back out to the Jeep they drove over and came back with 4 or 5 Little Caesars pizzas. I know they're not necessarily the best, but how can you pass up all that pizza for $25? Dalton said with a chuckle. I raised an eyebrow and gave a half grin. "You make a great point," I responded. I helped them bring the pizzas in, and in all honesty, I didn't notice the door hadn't shut all the way behind me. I looked in the kitchen, and amidst all the chaos, I saw my sister putting away the wrist game. She had a look on her face like she wanted to scream. She saw Dalton and his brother, and made a beeline to them before grabbing Dalton by his arm and asking him to follow her to the next room. I looked over at the 2 of them, and I saw her give him the kind of hug you give somebody when you're relieved to see them. They talked for a minute, and I could tell that she was stressed out about the whole situation. She then walked over to me with Dalton and let me know that she wanted to wait until tonight, when we had friends around, to let everybody know that she and Dalton had decided to date. That prompted me to go into level 3 protective brother mode. What I mean is that protective brother mode has 10 levels. Level 7 through 10, you never want to see. Anything up until that point ranges from friendly banter, getting to know whether or not that person is a decent person or not, or verbally putting them in their place, if the mood ever calls for it. So I made it a point to get to know this guy. We chatted for over 2 hours, and surprisingly the chaos wasn't too bad. He joined in with making sure the place stayed as clean as possible. We were walking around collecting paper plates, soda cans, and beer cans that other guests brought along. While we went, I was asking him some questions, and he was batting 1,000. Turns out he was a really good guy. His family grows soybeans on the outskirts of town, and his grandparents were dairy farmers, a little bit further up the road. I learned that he was going to the community college and taking an agriculture course, so he could not only continue the family tradition, but do it as correctly as possible. He also told me that he completely understood where I was coming from, because when Vince was 3, he contracted an illness that caused him to be hospitalized for close to a year. This illness cost him his hearing, and Vince had spent years protecting his brother as well. What I didn't know that night was that I was actually speaking to my future brother-in-law. Dalton and Vince are both stand-up guys. It was like we struck up an instant friendship due to our mutual understanding of having a protective nature. But as we were chatting, I started to feel a draft. I looked over, and I saw the front door swinging wide open. I popped into the kitchen and got a head count. I think I saw everybody that had been there, but it was honestly hard to tell due to all the random individuals that showed up. I shut the door, thinking nothing of it, and I went back to chatting with Dalton. He pulled out a pack of Black & Milds and asked if he could smoke on the front porch. I said sure, and asked if he wouldn't mind if I joined him. The thing is, I'm not a smoker, but we were in the middle of a really good conversation, and I wanted to continue. And with that, we went outside. We were not really far into our conversation. As a matter of fact, I think he only got 3 good puffs off of his little wood-tipped cigar before my cousin's boyfriend came bolting out the door screaming. He was saying that we had to get in there because a fight had broken out. I asked who, and he said it was between my cousin and one of the random individuals who just showed up. When he said just showed up, I didn't realize he meant within the past couple of minutes. I got inside, and I found that the laundry room door attached to the kitchen had been broken. The person fighting with my cousin was on top of him with his hands around his throat. He was choking him, and this caused me to spring into action. But before I could make it over there, my sister got between me and the assailant. She managed to pull him off. Just then, the assailant turned around and backhanded my sister in the mouth. That was when I realized who it was. It was her ex-boyfriend, Myron. The two of them had an ugly breakup, and for a while he had been stalking her. It actually got to the point where he'd been served a restraining order, and a couple years had gone by. We honestly thought he'd moved on, but no. There he was, standing over my sister, screaming out a litany of profanities. Suddenly, I felt protective brother mode shift to a 10. Now, before I get into this, I want everybody to understand that I'm not a big guy. I'm 5'6" in combat boots, and 135 pounds after a shower. But I took off like a star linebacker, and I tackled him to the ground. The rest is a blur, because I blacked out. But from what I was told, I beat him so badly that I broke his orbital socket, broke his nose, and fractured his jaw. It took my cousin's boyfriend, Dalton, Vince, and 2 other people to pull me off of him. I knocked Myron out cold, and he laid on the ground snoring. Somebody at the party called 911, and as my parents pulled up to see the chaos, I was being put in the back of a squad car. The next few months absolutely sucked. I got charged with assault, and the cop who arrested me didn't want to hear my story. He actually went as far as to call me a psycho, despite the fact I did what any family member would have done when they felt a loved one was in danger. I didn't watch my sister beat cancer to get beat on by an ex that shouldn't have even been there to begin with. Thankfully, Dalton's family was informed of the situation, and they put me in contact with a good lawyer that got the charges dropped in the subsequent trial. The judge completely understood where I came from. He even made a remark to Myron that he was lucky people were there to pull me off of him, because it could have been far worse. And had he been in the same position, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't have done the same thing. When the judge asked Myron why he was even there to begin with, he said with all of the cocky stupidity he could muster up,
"Because I wanted to have a good time. My sister told me about the party, and I figured I would go."
And as it turned out, Nadine was Myron's stepsister. And here comes the plot twist. We hadn't even left the courtroom when the judge ordered Myron to be arrested. The restraining order was still seen as being valid. On top of that, one of the other officers on the scene that night took pictures of my sister's injuries. Even though it was nothing more than a bloody lip and a bruise on the face, it was enough to get him charged with assault. After I left the courthouse, I made my way over to the library. I wanted to see if Dana had been working. She'd gone radio silent with me since that night. When I got to the library, I didn't see her at first. I figured maybe it was her day off, but then I heard an all-too-familiar voice say in an uncomfortable tone, "Hey, you." I turned around to see her pushing a cart full of books to return. I guess she saw me before I saw her and made her way over to me. I took a deep breath before I spoke. "So the guy that came into our house that night, you know, the one that I beat up for choking my cousin and slapping my sister, turns out he's Nadine's stepbrother. He's also my sister's abusive ex." Dana got this look on her face like she was fighting back the urge to cry. She pushed the book cart over to a corner table far away from the entrance, and she motioned for me to come over. She asked me to sit. "Look, I'm sorry I didn't talk to you after everything went down. If I'm being honest, seeing that side of you scared me. But I had no idea Nadine had anything to do with that creep. I do know she's the one who called the police and the medics. But she was also the one who said she knew your sister, and that she'd be okay with her coming to the party. I'm so sorry I even opened up my mouth to begin with. I misread the situation. I thought it was going to be a big thing before you told me otherwise. I honestly thought it was going to stop at Chelsea and Nadine." "Well, you were wrong," I responded. Lucky for me, Dalton's family managed to help me hire a lawyer that got the charges dropped. The judge saw the whole incident as me defending my family. That being said, Myron got arrested before leaving the courtroom. The judge got him for violating the restraining order we had against him. He was also charged with assault. Dana's lower lip began to tremble. I saw tears forming in her eyes. I'm so sorry. Look, don't apologize. I'm not too thrilled with the fact that the two friends that invited themselves just so happened to be the types of people that would invite half the neighborhood to a party meant for 8 people at most. You said they were mooches. You didn't say they were leeches. I could have done time. You get that right? I almost lost my job over this. I took one hell of a cut in hours. I could have lost my freedom. And for what? Beating the crap out of somebody that assaulted my family members first. It was pretty obvious to me at that point that she felt bad, but because of everything that had happened, I didn't see her in the same light anymore. She abandoned me for doing the right thing. Don't get me wrong, I understand. If I had technically been on a first date with somebody, and out of the blue they beat the crap out of someone, I'd be scared too. But at least I'd want to know why. She didn't even bother to ask that before disappearing like a puff of smoke in the wind. I'm not gonna lie, I was angry about this for a while. It honestly took years for me to get past the whole ordeal. I got into counseling because the blackout scared the hell out of me. Up until that point, nothing like that had ever happened to me before. But as time went on, life did what it does. My sister ended up moving further upstate to finish nursing school. That way, she was able to get the required time working at an actual hospital. Dalton and Vince still stuck around town because Dalton's overall plan was to take over the family soybean farm, and he would eventually do so. Myron was found guilty on all counts, and he ended up doing time. Apparently sometime during his prison stint, word got out that he was in there for attacking his ex-girlfriend. Turns out, that's frowned upon in most prisons. When he was finally released, he permanently required the use of crutches. Occasionally, I still see him around town, and he does everything in his power to avoid eye contact with me. He hasn't made an attempt to contact my sister, let alone anyone else in my family, since that day in court. And honestly, I hope it stays that way. But just in case, Myron, you should know that the family has gotten quite a bit bigger. Laura and Dalton got married in 2015, and if you think one super protective brother is bad, why don't you try your luck with her equally protective husband and 5 brother-in-laws, as well as me. For your health, I certainly hope you're not dumb enough to try. Back in the spring of 2012, I had been dating this guy named Dylan for a little over a month. I was 23 and just out of college while he was in graduate school. He was still living with his friends in an apartment close to the school, while I had my own place downtown. I was just working at an office supplies store part-time, and my parents were still helping me out with expenses. Still, it was the first time in my life that I kind of felt like a grown-up. Most of my free time was spent looking for work in my field, but interviews were rare, and it wasn't looking promising. Even though I wasn't making money, it wasn't all bad, because my apartment was just a 15-minute walk away from work, and some of my friends were close by as well. I was able to go most days without setting foot in a bus or streetcar. Dylan and I had met in college because we were in the same circle of friends. However, after most of us graduated, our group really split up, since most people moved away. These guys that Dylan lived with were different from that group of ours. When we first met, they were just his gaming friends. They would meet up online and play first-person shooter-type games, like Halo and Counter-Strike. I always hated it when he would play those games because it was boring to watch, and it was almost impossible to pull him away from it. One time I went over to his place that he shared with 3 other guys. As soon as I walked in, I noticed that all the lights were out, and 2 of them were in the living room playing games. I tried talking to Dylan, but his roommates got mad at me for making any sound. Eventually, Dylan convinced them to turn it off, and we were able to hang out for a while. That was the first time I ever really talked to his roommate, Tim. Right from the start, I could tell that Tim didn't like me very much. I was trying to be friendly, but it was obvious that he wasn't interested. In my opinion, he was annoyed that I was taking Dylan away from the other group, but maybe I gave off a vibe to him as well. I don't know for sure. In any case, it was an awkward evening, and eventually, I convinced Dylan to come to my place so we could have more space. After that night, every time I went over to Dylan's place, I got a bad feeling from his roommates. Every time I was there, all 3 of them were always home at the same time. It was like they never went out anywhere. They didn't seem to like me, and it got to the point where I was not comfortable being there. I told that to Dylan, and he didn't take it well. He said that I was putting no effort into getting along with his friends, and that I was a bad girlfriend. That stung deep, because I thought I had tried really hard. We didn't break up right then, but the end was not far away. We broke up about a month later, triggered by a fight over nothing, but it was really deeper than that. It was a tough time for me because I felt like those roommates of his came between us and caused a good relationship to end. Not more than a week later, I was at work, and Dylan's roommate Tim walked in. I saw him from across the store, but it didn't look like he saw me. I didn't want to talk to him, but I also didn't bother hiding or anything. The store was not that close to their place, so I didn't know why he would come there specifically. I kept my head down, pretending to do some paperwork behind the counter, but then I looked up and locked eyes with Tim from across the room. I looked down right away, and the next time I looked up, he was gone. I know that he didn't buy anything because I was right next to the only checkout. He just came in, walked around, and then left. I knew that he knew where I worked because Dylan would have told him for sure. One night, about a month after the breakup, I was out for the night with some friends. We were at a dive bar downtown that was close to my friend Janine's apartment. We had some wine there first, then headed out and spent the next few hours talking over some more drinks. At about midnight, I wanted to go home, but the rest of them wanted to stay. I went out alone on the dark street. It would be about a 20-minute walk for me to get home. Even though I would normally call an Uber, I decided to walk so I could sober up before going to bed. When I was just a block from my apartment, a car passed me slowly. I recognized it as belonging to one of Dylan's roommates. It was a blue Toyota hatchback, and I think the license plate looked familiar. I tried to see who was driving, but the windows were slightly tinted, and I couldn't see inside. I hurried the rest of the way home and went inside. Once I was safely in my apartment, I convinced myself that it was my imagination. Then I went to bed. Throughout all of this time, there was no contact with Dylan at all. As far as I was concerned, it was a clean break, and neither of us contacted the other. Still, I had the feeling that something wasn't right. Maybe it was seeing Tim at work, or the car, but I thought something was going on. At the time, I didn't know how right I was. I was working till close on a Friday. The store was only open until 8 p.m., so it was not that bad. I had plans to go to my friend's place afterwards, and some of my other friends were coming over as well. Since it was a nice night, I decided to walk, and I was there before 8:30. We sat around and had some drinks for a while. Then one of the girls suggested that we go out. Everybody was up for it except me, but I didn't say anything, because I didn't want to be a party pooper. As soon as we left the apartment, though, I decided to walk home instead of going out. I said my goodbyes and then headed down the street alone. It was quiet for a Friday, but there were still some cars passing. Not that many, though. When I was about halfway home, a car pulled up next to me. It was that blue Toyota hatchback. I kept my eyes pointed ahead and walked faster. It seemed that the car wasn't following me because it seemed to have stopped. I was too scared to look back and make sure, though. Before I knew it, I was grabbed from behind, and I was being dragged backwards down the street. There were two men carrying me, so struggling was useless. I did scream, though, but nobody seemed to care. They put me in the back of the car, and there were two masked men in the front seats. I could barely see their eyes in the rearview mirror. There was also a masked guy in the back seat with me. I was screaming as loud as I could, but in the confines of that car, I knew it was probably useless. The three men didn't say a word to me, which added to the creepiness, but the one next to me took the phone from my pocket. As soon as I managed to calm down, I knew that it was Dylan's roommates. I knew the car, and I also recognized the smell coming off of them. It was a pungent mix of BO with a faint touch of pot smoke. I started trying to talk to them, thinking that they would let me go if I promised not to tell. That did nothing, though, and none of them budged. Not knowing what else to do, I just laid there crying for what felt like forever. Eventually, I looked out the window, and it seemed that we were out in the country somewhere. All I could see were trees on either side, and there were no longer any streetlights to be seen. Suddenly, the car came to a stop, and the two in the front got out. All this time, none of them had said a word to me. The door next to my side opened, and one of them dragged me out. I was not tied up or anything, but I tried to comply anyway. As soon as I was on my feet, only one of them was holding me by the arm gently. I thought it would be easy to get away, but I knew I would only have one chance at an escape like that. All around me were nothing but trees. I could see the faint outline of the road we came in on, but other than that, it was nothing. I bided my time for a minute or so, but then I looked at one of them and saw that he had a gun. A sudden surge of adrenaline hit me, and I yanked my arm away, then started running into the woods. As I went, I could hear one of the guys yelling. That was the first time I heard any of their voices, and I was pretty sure it was Tim. And I heard someone screaming over and over again.
You effing idiot, you effing idiot.
What really shocked me about that was that it was Dylan's voice. He was one of the three. Up until then, I thought it was just his psycho roommates that were after me, but he was in on it too. I was running through the woods for a long time, but I could see the main road through the trees. I was too scared to go out to it though, because I didn't want them to catch me. Eventually, I saw a truck passing, and I popped out to wave it down. The driver was a nice older guy, and he agreed to call the cops for me. The police were on the scene within minutes, and the three of them were arrested that night. I was taken to the police station for a more thorough interview. As they told me, Dylan and his friends claimed that the whole thing was just a joke, and they maintained that I was in on it. That was a complete lie, because I had no idea. One thing to note, though, is that the gun was fake, so that kind of goes with their story. So maybe they weren't really going to kill me, but it was still kidnapping, and completely criminal. They were probably stalking me too. All three of them did prison time for what they did to me, but I still think they got off easily. It is hard to imagine what they were thinking when planning such a crazy stunt. I never would have guessed that they were that dangerous, but looking back, the warning signs were there. I just chose to ignore them. This happened almost 20 years ago when I was 18. I joined a skateboarding forum online. For those that don't remember the early internet, those things were big back then. It was just a message board, not unlike Reddit or something. That's where I met a girl named Lisa. We started chatting regularly, first about skateboarding, and then about more personal things. Over months, we became close. She lived in Germany, and I was in the United States, so it felt like a distant friendship, but it was meaningful to me. I didn't know it at first, but eventually, I found out that she was 32 years old, and like I said, I was 18. That only came up when we began sharing pictures. That didn't put me off at all, but I was young and dumb back then. I didn't tell my parents because I knew how they would react. After over a year of talking online, we decided it was time to meet in person. I was a student at the time, but over the summer vacation, I finally booked a flight to Germany. Meeting her for the first time was surreal. We had developed such a close relationship online, but it finally became real. We clicked instantly, just like we had online, and the connection was undeniable. It didn't take long for us to fall in love. Lisa was a government worker in Berlin, and she had a nice apartment in the city with an extra bedroom. On the second or third day of my visit, she was already hinting that I should move over there to be with her. I really wanted to do it, but knew that my parents would be against it. At the time, I wanted to finish my degree, then see where things went. My trip was only for 2 weeks, so before I knew it, I was back home in New Jersey. We kept talking after that, and things only got more serious.
Hold on.
Then I started telling my parents that I wanted to transfer there. They were very adamant that I finish my education before doing anything like that. But Lisa was putting a lot of pressure on me, and I was afraid of losing her. When the next summer came, I had decided to move to Germany to be with her. I managed to transfer to a university there, so I didn't have to drop out. That was probably the only reason that my parents didn't disown me over it. When I got there and we moved in together, everything was great for about a week. I was going to school and getting used to the new lifestyle. It was actually the first time I had ever lived away from my parents. But soon later, things changed. Lisa became very controlled and jealous. It was almost like having a really strict mother. I didn't have my own money, and she used that to manipulate me. The language barrier also made things harder. Even though most people spoke English well, making friends was difficult, and I started to feel isolated. Living with Lisa was challenging. She was always keeping tabs on me, questioning my every move. My lack of money made me dependent on her, and she didn't hesitate to remind me of that. There were even days where I would get little or no food, simply because she was mad at me. Things were bad, but I didn't even want to admit it to myself. I was 20 years old with a 34-year-old, and she was a lot more capable in the world than I was. I felt trapped in an unfamiliar country, unable to speak the language fluently, and struggling to fit in. Trying to leave Lisa was difficult. Whenever I made an attempt, she would get violent, yelling, and sometimes even throwing things.
Oh shit.
I was scared and unsure of what to do. Each time I considered leaving, I realized I had nowhere else to go. My social circle was non-existent, and I felt completely isolated. I took her back multiple times because I didn't see any other options. After a particularly bad fight, I decided I had to do something. I called my parents and finally told them how bad things had gotten. They were shocked and immediately bought me a plane ticket back to the United States. I packed my things quickly, leaving behind everything that couldn't fit in a single suitcase. The sense of relief I felt when I boarded the plane was immense. Returning to the U.S. was overwhelming. I had to restart my life from scratch, which included re-enrolling in school and facing the consequences of my time abroad. I had failed that semester, and catching up on my studies meant retaking several classes. It was a difficult adjustment, trying to regain my footing academically while dealing with the emotional toll of the past year. It wasn't the last time I heard from her. She was constantly sending me messages, claiming that I owed her thousands for rent while we lived together.
Wow.
There was never any arrangement like that, and she knew I didn't have money, so I never paid her. The messages kept coming, though, and they became even more threatening. I tried to block her on everything, but she kept finding me. As Facebook and other social media platforms popped up, Lisa found me and kept harassing me. It has been almost 20 years now, and every once in a while, I get a new message from her.
What?
If there wasn't an ocean separating us, then I would be really scared, because she is seriously crazy. The last message I got from her was an Instagram DM, and she said she was going to kill me. That was just over 2 weeks ago.
Shit, man. It's up. Hell no, Nick. Mr. Nightmare is number one. Like, I need a story to be narrated by him. Like, some other people, like, just, I can't. I mean, that one wasn't. I mean, it's not bad. It's just I prefer Mr. Nightmare. I have to do all of these videos already. Fuck me, man. That's loud. Well, I've done that now. I have to clean all that, that. This mess. Find somehow how I should store all those stuff. And then, right there. I'm done with the bed. Looks to be good. Did 2 layers, so it's super clean. So now I gotta get fucked. Yeah. That's about it. Oh my god. Oh, shut up. I need water, dude. I can't lie. I need to get water. I'm so dehydrated. Hold on.
teeny madness going on because of COVID-19. My family and I have fled New York State to our Massachusetts lake house to avoid contact with other people. The lake, which I will not name for safety reasons, has a bunch of houses surrounding it. And in the summer months, it's full of boats and people barbecuing and drinking.
Let's do this one
Right
first.
now, in late March when I'm writing this, it's kind of a ghost town here. And it's weird seeing it like this here. Anyway, I wouldn't be here writing this if something didn't go wrong, right?
Yeah, sure.
My younger brothers, we'll call Steve and Glenn, were out on the deck overlooking the lake with me. We were setting up the table for a game of beer pong, which we invited our dad to play with us so the teams would be even. The sky had reached that point after sunset where most of the sky was dark, but there was still that hint of orange on the horizon. The lake was calm and quiet, not a single boat, and all the neighboring houses seemed to be vacant. We were truly the only ones around, still. My deck has a fire pit, so we lit that for extra light as well as heat because it was chilly. The four of us were playing a game of beer pong, but in the middle of it, Glenn grabbed his phone and lowered the music to his portable speaker. He and Steve turned around to look over the deck to the grass below. My dad and I went over to see what they were looking at. Glenn said he heard something below us, and he could see someone walk under the deck. The deck doesn't have a stairway leading down. You have to go inside and downstairs to get down there. So my dad and I went downstairs and out the back door onto the deck. There was nobody there. My dad called out a bunch of times to confirm this, and we went back upstairs. The thing is, Steve swore by it as well that he also heard someone speaking from under the deck. Regardless, we cut the game of beer pong short and went inside, making sure to lock the door. My mom and dad were up in their loft bedroom, while I was in the living room playing PlayStation. That's when it started. Loud, aggressive bangs on the sliding door. Accompanied with the bangs was a man's shrieks and screams. It sounded like he was screaming for help. The curtain to the door was shut. I couldn't see who it was, but apparently everyone in the house heard it, because my brothers and parents came rushing to the living room. My dad yanked the curtain open to find himself face to face with some red-in-the-face man banging his fist on the glass, begging to be let in. He was claiming he was hurt and needed help. My dad asked, "Where are you hurt?" He didn't answer that, though. He just kept repeating, "Let me in, I'm hurt." My dad then yelled to get out of here before we'd call the cops. He yanked the blinds shut and told us all to shut and lock our windows if they were open. We all stayed in the living room together for a couple hours, just to be safe. We had a movie on in the background as we talked, but eventually, with no other uninvited visitors outside, we all split off into our respective rooms for the night. I was browsing YouTube videos in my bed when it happened. The crash of shattering glass so loud it made me jump out of my bed. My heart instantly started racing. I didn't know if I was the only one who heard it because I didn't hear my parents or brothers running out of their rooms. I picked up the phone and called my dad's cell. He picked up and whispered he heard it too, and to stay in my room and lock the door. I reminded him my door didn't have a lock. Of course, my room, the biggest of my brothers, was the one room that didn't have a lock. He told me to hide in the closet and call my brothers while he called the cops. I heard footsteps outside my room in the living room area. I tiptoed to my closet and did my best to quietly open and close the door, but the damn hinges just had to squeak. I sat behind a big plastic bag and texted my brothers, who also heard the noise and each locked their doors. It was the most tense moment of my life in that closet. The bedroom door opened, and I could see through the strips in the closet door. Someone walked to my bed and sit at the edge of it. He then took off one of his shoes and started shaking it, as if to get something out of his shoe. He put his shoe back on, and his head actually turned to look at the closet door. I felt as though he was looking at me. It was just this silence for the longest time, until he finally spoke, saying, "I know you're in there. I'm sure your family already called the cops. I'm not sure what my next course of action should be." At that moment, I had to decide whether to stay in there or make a break for the door, and I chose the second option. I burst through the closet door, screaming with some kind of adrenaline boost. I made it to the door, expecting him to lunge for me and grab me, but he didn't. I ran up to my parents' loft and banged on the door. My dad opened it and let me in. I waited with them until the cops entered through the freshly broken back door. Then we left the room to meet them. The man who was sitting on my bed is no longer in the house. We checked every closet, under every bed, every little crevice of the house. The cops recommended we tape a bunch of garbage bags over the door and shut the curtain, and also that we stay awake for the night. My dad stayed in the living room the whole night, and first thing in the morning, he ran to Home Depot to buy a glass pane to fix the door. We're still actively quarantining in this house a week later. Send updates if the man returns. I've been staying in my apartment in Jersey City during this coronavirus epidemic. My roommate has since gone home to Ohio to stay with her family during all this, so I've been in the apartment alone. I've been mostly just watching new movies and shows. I try not to go out too much because my city is pretty bad right now. A couple days ago, I was running extremely low on food, so I had to make a mandatory grocery run. I went to the nearby Trader Joe's wearing a mask and gloves, which, including the insane line and limited stock, turned out to be a production. On my walk home in the dark, I realized the streets were even quieter than they were the last time I went shopping, just a week before. Suddenly, out from an alleyway, some guy wearing a mask and gloves approached me. He had a baby wrapped in a hoodie and small blanket in his hands.
I heard this already.
He seemed very sincere in asking me to let him take his son to my apartment real quick so he could change his diaper and feed him his food. He swore to me that he was clean, and that he really needed this baby for just 5 minutes, that it was an emergency. Hearing the baby's little cries, and the fact that this man even had a child with him just seemed sincere. The soft part of me agreed. I led him to my apartment building. It was only a short walk from there. We walked up the 3 stories to my apartment, and I let him inside, asking him to close the door behind him. I cleared a spot on the living room table for him to change his child's diaper and whatever. When I turned around, the man was like pacing around, or more like snooping around, I guess. He went into my kitchen to do God knows what. I called over to him that I set up the table for him to use. He didn't answer. I started getting confused. I walked to the kitchen and saw him looking around suspiciously. And what else I saw confused me. The man was standing with what I thought was his child, held in only one hand. It took me a second to understand. It wasn't a child. It was just some baby doll wrapped up in a blanket. I'm assuming one of those realistic ones that make the crying and moaning noises. The man looked at me and pulled out a gun from his right pocket. That's where things went from 1 to 100 real quick. He looked at me with a gun aimed at me and said something along the lines of, "I'm gonna take what I want and you're gonna stay in my sight." Of course, I had to say okay with a gun aimed at my head. I wondered if it could be a BB gun with a tip painted black, but even if it was, I doubted I could overpower him. I couldn't risk it. The man pulled out a big black bag from his backpack and filled it with valuables, including my wallet, some of my roommate's jewelry, kitchen valuables, my brother's Xbox, which he lent me, and my iPad. It was sickening to watch, but I was the most scared of him pulling the trigger of that gun. He filled his bag and threw the fake baby in it as well. Then he left. I called the cops first thing. They came and helped me in contacting the building owner to see the CCTV footage from the halls. Of course, upon seeing the footage, it didn't help much. The man's face was covered by a mask, making it near impossible to even discover who he was. All I could do was urge everyone to be careful, not to trust anyone, and stay indoors until all this is over.
I kind of miss quarantine. Not like that, but like just staying indoors and shit. I don't know. For me, that kind of just. I feel like that kind of just. I feel like that kind of just changed me, because I wasn't like this before. I was like a fucking weirdo, fucking quiet motherfucker with no knowledge of anything, of nothing, of like, of, I guess, social life or whatever the fuck you call it. Now, kinda, while in quarantine, me staying inside, like all day, did change. me as, I guess, as a person. I don't know. This cold water is so fucking good. Hey, cold water is so fucking good, man. Yeah. Bro, what the fuck is that? But like, I'm still like, damn, I'm really about to be. What situations am I gonna get in when I'm older and shit? When I'm alone, when I'm like, you know, all that shit. What situations am I gonna get into? Like those stories being told. I really hope nothing bad, but it may happen. I'm not gonna lie, because how this world is right now, in general, it's always bad. It's always bad. It's always bad. No good. But yeah. Hopefully I don't die. Hopefully I'm alive. Hopefully I just don't fucking, I get killed over some dumb shit, you know? But, yeah, man. Those stories are making me more, you know, giving me more knowledge, I guess, yeah, on how things go and how, you know, stuff to, you know, be alerted on, you know, yeah, shit though, that's some wild ass shit though. Did that get caught on the mic? I'm not sure if that did or not. But that was scary as hell. That was weird. And that was weird. Alright. That actually was weird. Yeah. Sir. Yep. Bro, why the fuck are you... As a kid, though, you don't know, but still, though, that shit creeped me the fuck out. I think I'm good now. But if I was there in Vietnam, I would have just. Yeah, man, I can't. While watching this shit too. While watching this shit too is not good. It's not good. Not a good combo. This cold water is so good though. Cold water. Wow. Doing a lot of shit. It just hits so much different. It just hits so different. So delicious, man. Oh, fuck. Feeling better now. Right there. Yeah, it's 11:35. Alright, let me do all those. I mean, I think those are fine for now, because those backpacks are kind of a lot. Like, I can't put, like, the only problem is that chair right there, and I just can't. I just want that gun, and no, I gotta organize that, and then I guess this mess right there too. But this one first. Dude, those tomatoes are pretty good though. No, they're good. Yeah, man. Let's start now. Yeah, I did clean this up next week. I don't know no more now because I just cleaned it, and those sheets are not even dirty. I took it off, and yeah, I don't think so. I think that should be fine for like 3 weeks, maybe 4. But yeah. Oh shit. Because I already got this. I got this paper for like what? It's been a couple of weeks now. I don't know how much, but it's not even a month yet. So I think it should be fine. Let's see this house right now. She's pretty. Same with this house too. Hell no on it. me see a little chubby, but I don't care. That dude, not freaky. Tight shit. Damn. Is she real though? It doesn't look like it. Too many fakes on here, dude. Yeah, iMessage. Wait a minute, boys. Yeah, kinda a little suspicious there. I mean, this could be real. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Not really much though. Damn, ass fat though. Damn. Trying to see if she posts thirst traps or whatever the fuck. Damn, already? She already got packed up already. I'll follow her then. Oh, never mind. No wonder why. No, she's like that shit. Yeah, but I ain't gonna lie, I can stop going on these shitty ass apps and just uninstall, or at least like be people like that are in my area at least, and meet up with them. Obviously with some cool shit, of course, not some exceptional shit maybe, but like, I had to be careful though, cause like there's so much shit. There's like that one right there. Fuck, yeah, saw that shit. But that one I just heard about a bitch being a minor, and like, I mean, I am right now, but should I even meet up with people? That makes sense, you know. I don't know. Oh my god, this stupid ass shit, man. Yeah, it just fell. That one though, it's in fucking news, fucking, and then got set up and about to be a pedophile. Like, dude, that story on Mr. Nightmare, that from the news video, that shit was crazy. That was definitely the best story though. It was like shit you wouldn't expect, you know. That's what I mean by best, you know. Like some shit like, whoa, what the fuck? Like so much shit happened, you know. Like, wow, whoa, the fuck, you know. Well, now, shit, now, I don't know what to do now. But yeah, I'm gonna do that first though. Alright, do that. And then do that, you know, do that. How to match. Ooh. Let's see what the bitch look like. That little blackie, okay. I don't mind it. There's some that are actually fucking fine though. There's some that are actually really, really fine. Not gonna lie. So just saying. But I don't know, probably a day or Latino, whatever the fuck. I don't know. Probably just fuck around with a Latino with my whole life. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's nobody's whole damn, like, yeah, I forgot about them, but, Heavy looking so damn good, too. Especially the blue eyes. Dude, the blue eyes are so fire. Alright, I gotta shut up, dude. Let me do this. Let me clean this up. I'm gonna be right now. I'm just clean this shit now. I'm just better put the cam set up there. Set the tripod there. Clean that shit. Yeah. Not much. But just that. Well, listen to Mr. Nightmare. It's a vibe. Yeah, it's a vibe. Alright, I'm about to start now. Oh shit. Oh man. Alright, hold on.
The past month, I've been quarantining in my apartment alone with minimal outside contact because of the virus. My apartment is the downstairs floor of a two-family house. The upstairs occupant isn't the landlord, he's just another tenant. I'm actually decently acquainted with the guy. His name's Rico. To be honest, he's a bit odd though. Of course, I hadn't seen Rico because I've been quarantining. I do still have to wake up early in the morning though for work, which I report to on my laptop now. A week ago, Rico started making a lot of noise one night. Late night, actually. I was in bed. It was like past 12. I had to be up early. Then all of a sudden, I just start hearing constant thumping noises coming from the upstairs level of the house. It sounded like Rico was stomping around in boots or something. I waited for it to hopefully end eventually, but it just kept going on and on and on. Over 20 minutes of the stomping. I was so frustrated that I got up to knock on his door outside. I knocked a few times loud enough for him to hear. He never answered. I gave up and went back to my room though. Thankfully the noise had stopped. I wasn't sure if he heard my knocks and stopped because of that or what, but I didn't care much. I fell into a deep sleep for some time, until I awoke in my dark bedroom. The clock read 2:30 something. I didn't know what exactly woke me up at first. Then I realized it must have been the fact that the room was cold. I realized my window on the opposite side of the room was open about a foot. I knew for a fact I did not do that. I got up and quietly shut it, looking around my room paranoid. I checked under my bed and in the closet. No one there. It's not like anyone could fit through that opening in the window, but someone actually went out of their way to open that. That terrified me. I did a scope of the place with all the lights on. I could confirm there was nobody hiding inside, so I went back to bed with one eye open. Then the noises upstairs started again, thumping and stomping. I couldn't take this anymore. It almost sounded like he was hitting the floor with a hammer or something. I went up to his door again and pounded on it, yelling his name as well. Once again, no answer. I went back inside and grabbed my phone and dug deep for Rico's number. I didn't have it saved. It was buried in my text conversation somewhere. When I found it, I called him. He didn't pick up the first time or the second, but on the third time, he picked up sounding confused and like he had just been woken up. I said in a rather annoyed tone that he needed to stop making the constant noises. He asked what I'm talking about, and I explained the thumping noises. Then he dropped the bomb and told me, "Jared, I'm not in my apartment. I went home to stay with my family a week ago. Called the cops." It suddenly made a lot more sense. ever since I went back to the door. I hung up before saying another word and dialed 911, not wasting a second. As I was on the phone talking to the police operator, I heard it clicking in my bedroom window. Someone was outside trying to lift open the window, which I had just locked earlier. I screamed as I realized it, and then yelled at the operator to hurry with the police. She said they were on their way and asked me to describe the man, but I couldn't. It was too dark. He seemed to hear my conversation, I would guess, and walked away from the window. 4 police officers showed up. I led them to the upstairs apartment where the door was unlocked. I walked in behind the officers. Not much searching needed to be done. There was a man with long gray hair down to his shoulders. He was sitting on the couch, looking up at the ceiling, seemingly laughing. When the officers approached him to arrest him, the man focused in on me, still laughing. He started to point at me, and that's when I had to leave because I was too freaked out. I waited until the man was in one of the police cars before talking to the officers again. I locked Rico's door, and the cops just told me to keep a good eye on the place for the time being. Rico came back the following day to assess what was stolen. He's been staying upstairs since.
Hold on. Trying to find a new video.
This has been heavily requested for a while now. A compilation of some of the stories I've read through the years that genuinely freaked me out the first time I read them. I was out doing a delivery one late night.
Ow, fucking spiked me.
My partner and I got a breaking and entering call late one Friday night. I'd never responded to a call like that before, but it sounded serious. A young woman was home alone and heard footsteps downstairs, but when she was on the 911 call, the call was cut before she could give her location in the house. We arrived to the home and entered through the front door, which was left unlocked, which later proved to be how the break-in occurred. Both of us shouted police with our guns drawn, expecting the suspect to be armed. We called out for Anna. That was the homeowner's name. Anna never called back to us. We knew she must have been scared and didn't want to give away her position to the intruder. We checked the whole first floor, which was small and quick. There didn't appear to be a basement. A door shutting upstairs drew my partner and I's attention. I led the way upstairs. All the doors had been shut, so I couldn't really tell which door I had just heard. I told my partner to check that one while I checked this one. I turned the doorknob and kicked the door open, immediately lifting my gun into the air. It was a dark, empty room. I heard breathing in this room, though. It sounded like a woman's breathing. I looked at the closet door, which was slid slightly open, and I saw half a face, mostly someone's eye, peeking through the opening. Resting assured it was Anna, I lowered my gun and said, "Anna, it's okay, you can come out." But she didn't, and the breathing quieted. Then my partner in the next room over called, "Jason, I found her." My feeling in that room suddenly went from at ease to ready to throw up. I raised my gun again and yelled, "Come out of the closet." They did not obey, so I called my partner into the room. He turned on the light, and we opened the closet together to see this disheveled, drugged-out woman holding one of Anna's kitchen knives. With 2 guns pointed at her, she dropped the knife, and we brought her into the precinct. Thank God I was stationed in a safer area of town the next year, and I haven't gotten any breaking and entering calls since then. As a state trooper for 15 years, I've experienced my share of close calls and uncomfortable situations. This happened over a decade ago when I was still relatively new to the job. I was on night patrol on an interstate about 2:30 a.m. I usually had my car parked near a bush to hide myself from view from oncoming speeding cars.
But at this hour, I didn't really try to hide too much. I was moving my car and pulled into a gas station that sat on the side of the interstate. It was closed, not because it was late, but rather it was temporarily out of service. I noticed 2 cars parked in the lot next to each other. There was nothing immediately suspicious about this, but I kept my eye out just because strange things happen at this hour. I parked my car in a way that I could watch the interstate as well as these 2 parked cars. I realized that I didn't see anyone in either of those cars, though. Now this was quite suspicious. The station was closed and there were no workers here. I exited my car with my hands on my belt and approached the 2 cars. I tapped on the windows for the both of them. Nobody in either of them, as I suspected. I began to walk around the lot as the occasional car zipped down the interstate. I went up to the glass of the closed gas station and knocked on it. I turned around, dumbfounded. Whose cars were these? Just as I imagined they could be in the woods somewhere, I heard someone running from around the building and ask for my help. He was some young 20-something-year-old man, like me at the time. He said his car wouldn't start and needed help. Now, I told him right away that I was no mechanic and that he'd need to call a towing company, but he practically begged me to just check under the hood for a second. He ran to his driver's side and popped the hood. I looked under the hood with him, not really knowing what to look for because I wasn't much of a car guy at the time. I asked if his battery died, and I looked at him. I took note that he was looking around very oddly. He replied, "I don't think so." I then looked at the car parked next to him. "Whose car is that?" I asked him. He said he didn't know. He simply parked there to see if there was a porta potty in the back or something. I was reading through this kid's bullshit. Something was up here. As I looked back at the guy from the 2 cars, I saw him looking back at something or someone. I turned and saw another guy approaching me with a knife in his hand. I unholstered my gun and aimed it at him. He dropped the knife and put his hands up. They both did. I immediately called for backup while keeping the 2 at gunpoint. I cuffed the one who was holding the knife and placed him in the back of my car, and then grabbed the second pair from my glove box and cuffed the second guy. When backup arrived, I went to the back of the gas station where the first guy had originally approached me from. What I found there still holds up to be the most disturbing thing I'd ever seen in all of my years as a trooper. There were 2 fresh, dead bodies wrapped in garbage bags, cut up in 2 pieces each to fit in the bags. Along with them was also a shovel sitting on the concrete by the woods. The 2 were planning on burying the bodies somewhere in the woods off the interstate, and it seemed they were in a hurry. These 2 were a couple of the dumbest people I had ever interacted with, being that out of anywhere in the state, they chose to bury 2 bodies off an interstate behind a gas station. Going to sleep at night knowing you almost had your throat slit by somebody on the job messes with you, and I didn't get much sleep for a while. I'm a rookie cop currently working the night shift. I'm just a normal patrol officer conducting traffic stops and responding to basic 911 calls. 2 nights in a row last week, I was called to the same house. Dispatch had called me to check out the house as someone had dialed 911 and hung up. The house was a couple miles from me, in my patrol zone. I arrived to the house quickly and turned up the dirt driveway through the trees onto the property. The house was dark, no lights on, no cars, nothing. I parked my squad car on the far right side of the property and went to the front door, taking note that all the windows were properly shut. I knocked on the door and no answer. The door was also locked. From my immediate guess, the place was abandoned, for years by the looks of it. I called to dispatch that the place was abandoned and nobody was there. Then I left. The next night I was working the same shift, and around a similar time, I got a call from dispatch that there was another 911 call from the same house. Only this time, someone could be heard crying on the other end before the call ended. I was asked to check out the house again. This time I was a little further away, but still the drive wasn't too bad. I pulled up the dirt driveway again onto the property, and again, no lights, no cars. I approached the front door again, and this time it was left cracked open. I knocked on the door while holding the doorknob to prevent the door from pushing open. No answer. I called to dispatch that I would be entering the house, which I was cleared to do since the crying over the line implied an urgent situation inside the house. I drew my gun and entered the house. I tried to find a light switch without luck. I had my gun in one hand and now my flashlight in the other. The house was mostly silent, besides the sound coming from behind a closed door. It was the basement door. I called to dispatch for backup in a whisper. The sound coming from down in that basement was a tone, like a dial tone of a phone. I started walking down the stairs as quietly as possible. I got to the bottom and followed the noise of the dial tone to an old, early 2000s style landline speakerphone. The phone was off the hook, and it was playing the dial tone on speakerphone. I put the phone on the hook to silence the noise, and it was almost as if it were planned to happen like this. As soon as the phone hit the hook, I heard a muzzled laughing type noise in a far corner of the basement. I turned around, and there was some guy standing opposite me in the basement, with his hand over his mouth, and he appeared to be laughing. But it wasn't this genuine laugh, it was more like a sickly, mentally unstable laugh. The guy was holding something in his other hand. I couldn't see what it was at first. When he raised his hand up to his head, I realized he was holding a revolver. I aimed my gun at him and yelled to drop the weapon. He paused as he had his revolver to his head, apparently about to pull the trigger.
Whoa.
So I shot him in the arm twice, causing him to drop the gun. He screamed in pain as I cuffed him and brought him upstairs. Requested a medical team at once. A second squad car pulled up, as did an ambulance a few minutes later. The scariest part about this for me was not that I had to shoot a man in the arm twice, but that I was mere seconds away from seeing a man spray his brains out onto the wall. My partner and I got a radio call of a welfare check, which is just a check on the welfare of a person. A woman's ex-boyfriend called because he received text from his ex stating that she wished it had never ended and that she could no longer go on without him. We get to the place, knock, pound, etc. No answer. We call the number the ex provided and get an answer and a hang-up. So we hear it from the outside window and know she's in there. We say we're going to break the door down if she doesn't answer. We hear some slurred mess of speech. Door unlocks but doesn't open. We open the door to find a young woman, wet, naked, pale as hell, and swaying in one spot. Her hand's bleeding. We call a rescue ambulance, and she's off to the hospital. Now to the creepy part. None of the lights would turn on, so we conduct a safety search and find candles lit in the bedroom and bathroom. On the walls were Bible scriptures written in her blood, a tub of brown water, water being mixed with old blood. I don't know how she survived, because that water was dark. She had been sitting in it for approximately 3 to 4 hours. Before getting transferred to a different county, I used to work as a police officer in Burlington, New Jersey. Burlington is not a safe place. They say that crime there is 88% higher than the rest of Jersey. Having worked there for a year, I got to learn that firsthand. Now, there would be a lot of break-ins, robberies, assaults, and after a while you'd get used to those calls. Sometimes you get pretty strange, unsettling calls, though. This was one of them. Most Burlington locals are familiar with the McNeil Mansion, a long abandoned mansion that sits right on the Delaware River. The home was constructed in 1894 to serve as a residence for Andrew H. McNeil, as well as his wife and 4 daughters. The house had been abandoned and left to decay since 1974 and is now owned by the county. Sometimes there would be kids trespassing on the property to check it out. Sometime past midnight, I was told over the radio by dispatch to investigate the property, as there was a report by a neighboring house that there were some people seen hopping the fence to the property. Upon entering the property, I noticed a light coming from inside one of the upstairs windows. Part of me inside died a little as I realized someone was in there, and it was my job to go in and get them out. I requested backup into my radio and stated I would be entering the mansion to pursue a trespasser. I scanned the outside of the house once more, looking for an entry point, and found one of the lower windows was smashed open and easily accessible, and that's how I made my way in. Right away, first thing I did was make my presence as a police officer known. I was inside what appeared to once be the living room of the mansion, rubble covering the whole floor. I heard footsteps upstairs, and I shouted again, expecting them to come down the stairs. They didn't, and then it was my job to come up. I went up the stairway and started walking around. started to kick in. At this point, I had my hand on my gun holster, ready to react. Though let me tell you, having a gun doesn't make you feel invincible. I shouted again to try and draw out the trespassers from the room. You ever hear that dumb, overused quote, "I didn't sign up for this" in the movies? Well, I was pretty much feeling that exact way. I stepped into the room that I thought was where the noise had echoed from. It was some small, weird room with a bunch of windows with blurred glass film. There was a sliding closet door open about 3/4, so they had to be in there. I took out my pepper spray and gave one more warning that I was a police officer before yanking the closet open fully. It was empty. This made no sense. I looked around the room, at the windows. They looked to an outside deck, and there was someone standing behind one of them. I couldn't see anything about their features other than the outline of their body. But then I realized there were people at the other windows too. The way they were all looking at me through the window film, such a ghostly appearance they gave, like a picture from a kid's horror novel. I found the door to that deck in an adjacent room. When I stepped out, 3 figures standing at the window were gone. I didn't see any other way off the deck besides the door I came out through. I saw the flashing lights of a police car through a bunch of trees, parked on the same lot as me. Another officer announced his and his partner's arrival to me over the radio. I met the officers outside the house and pointed up at the deck where I saw 3 people standing. They were creeped out as well when I described how they all just stood there at their own windows looking in. We searched the whole mansion together. I eventually came to a small room with a window on the first floor. And once again, something was outside this window. I had to step closer to figure out if it was a person's head or not. When I got too close, the object lowered below the window. I radioed the other officers to go outside with me. We looked around the whole property and didn't find anyone. We searched for another 10-15 minutes before closing up all the entrances to the house and moving on. The scariest part of this for me was definitely seeing 3 ghost-like silhouettes all standing at their own of the 3 windows to that deck, looking inside at me.
This is so loud. My bad.
He's got a fresh start, a fresh life. He was making relatively decent money that he could provide for his family, I think.
Oh yeah, did you guys like redo the place or something?
Yeah. Chris Sherwood. This man is so fucking reacting to the. This is fucking trouble, Chris.
Who the hell is that?
Let's get 28.
Laid up with a hoe.
Huh?
Laid up with a female.
This nigga Fulio really knew this nigga dog at the time and shit. Like, he was saying some of this gay shit and all that.
Hey, Fulio, bro, check out my music, bro. For real.
You live in Miami? Same. I was here for a couple of days.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I suck dick. I fuck bitches.
Whoa! Fresh as hell.
I do it all, you know? Hey,
What is that?
you got to take this man serious, dude. Hey, nah. Hey,
What you look how many people? What if you some real niggas on here that want to fuck? Shit like
if they
that.
want to fuck me, hit my line. Listen though.
Whoa!
I do entertainment, bro. I do rap. I'm versatile with it, bro. Fuck me. For real. For real. Hey, no dicks on this shit though. I've been fucking with you since 2018, bro.
yet. I can't sell this.
Oh, because Kodak.
Oh God!
Hey, you said that shit yet, bro?
Bro, he said the same. Bro, he said the same as that shit. No dick such a shit.
What the fuck?
I be talking about dick, and niggas think I be talking about dick in every fucking conversation, bro.
You definitely do though. You do.
Shit. What you trying to get into, bro?
Shit, none of that.
Oh shit.
Maybe Brickwell.
Stop fucking playing my talk, bro. Man, y'all stop commenting that song, bro. The fuck, everybody.
Damn. And then this nigga went on to make a song with Young and Ace. Proceeded to take that and it was like, oh, he ain't like that gay shit. Bet. I just thought about that. That's crazy.
Fucking horror, fuck, hope you die. I'm sorry.
This how it is, this how it ain't. Just like you is, just like you can't. I'm smoking on bragging that thing.
Go ahead, flip it, you fucking stupid bitch.
Why is he doing this shit now?
Yeah, who knows what the fuck Brick Boy does now? He don't make music no more. He probably got him a little J.O.B. and shit. Not funny.
The end of
My insurance gonna be 35, 40. And they're like,
the one thing I did burn and I did
The record.
back to that. W Riz.
Oh yeah. That's what that
50
was.
people here. Are you guys, you think you can make 50 burgers?
very good.
A local car dealership
What's
is
one of
hoping
car
that you
thief
can
in
help
America?
find more than a dozen
What the
cars
fuck?
stolen over 2 days. Surveillance video shows
Oh, no, it's like some
three
Kia
massive
bullshit.
images
Donated
area-
$1. Tri-Escape formed Tarkovic's a hyper-realistic military game.
I heard about it.
and taking 5 vehicles. That was just the beginning.
It's almost like trying to guard LeBron James.
Went out perfectly.
I like this. Hellcats are not forced to be
Damn. I ain't gonna lie, niggas be so retarded when they do videos like this. Why are you showing your skin, bro? Like, bro, why are you not wearing a full-on fucking ski mask? Like, this is how niggas get caught up.
Respectfully, to me and their employees, I know they're not going to kick the ball. I would take that literally right off the line, drive it out the line, leave it to them.
In 2023, over 1 million cars were stolen in the world. The business of car theft is a multi-billion industry. Now, we've all heard of Kia Hyundai boys who can smash a window and use a USB cord to steal your car quickly, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. On encrypted platforms like Discord and Signal, there are thousands of car thieves conspiring and orchestrating sophisticated heists. They can steal luxury vehicles through your own driveway while you sleep. They can steal cars from every government, fenced in auto dealerships, and they know how to wipe VIN numbers to straight to put your car in somebody else's name. Today, we connect the world with notorious car thieves, and this is
Car dealership probably like 5 cars out of the
the record holder for RST thefts. He's stolen cars in nearly every U.S. state. He's done dozens of high-speed chases from police cars and helicopters, and he's on the run right now.
That's like in 5 days.
What in the fuck? How did he get in contact with Tommy?
He's agreed to come to Milwaukee and show some relationship with the car. Buckle up. This episode is truly wild.
Become the master of the air, the thunder of the seas, or
no, like, if Tommy G can get in contact with this nigga, that means the police definitely can get in contact with him. What the fuck? Hey, you like marshals?
So I sent him a report on an abandoned building by my house and told him to meet me on the second floor.
So we are contacting your abandoned building. He's gonna take us deep into this one.
Damn, nigga, he's dedicated. He really didn't want to meet him at no fucking location. And it's late as fuck. Who the fuck was that nigga then?
Real deal. Heist. Real deal. Fact. Real deal. Moving cars, moving units.
That's 5 cars.
Any dealership. Same spot. Same job. And second floor. Right?
This looks like fucking area.
Really? What's happening? Good to meet you. Who's your girl at a meeting spot? What is it that you get into? Are we talking dealerships, driveways, parked cars?
Here's the issue. Now the cops have a description of what this nigga looks like.
Did that stress you out?
Sometimes when you have a lot of close calls, but I think for the most part, no. I'm used to it now. Fucking for a little bit. I know how to move and get away, so as long as I have no other tools available to me to take it home, you know, I'm pretty confident in what I do.
What is it you got?
This is a little device, a little Chinese device. You use basically to everything taken cars. Of course, I got fancy devices to do it, but this is basically just a basic one.
Can that take my car? I got a 2017 Chevy Cruise. Okay, before we put my car, let's talk a little bit more. I want to get to know you. It seems to me that you gotta live in a world of secrecy.
He does this by himself, bro. He's smart as fuck.
How did you do it?
Damn. Damn, nigga don't give a fuck. Nigga don't give a fuck.
Where's your family?
That's smart. His family fucking knows. That's a red flag.
These are my phone came in. This phone.
Have you had any close calls?
Wait, how did y'all even y'all peep the tattoo on his hand? No way. Oh nah. What the fuck?
You know people like that in this game.
100%. I've known a lot of people who take an extreme risk. I ain't can't even see that. Oh God, niggas body watching.
If you got offered a normal job, decent salary, good salary, would you take it?
How'd you even see that, bro? He has gloves on.
That fucking ad. I didn't have to go for that.
Fuck my shit lagging for it, nigga. Oh shit.
To let them get your blood going it off.
Imagine fucking cops just pull up. They're like, Tommy G, thank you, we appreciate you knocking out this fucking criminal. We'll be trying to get that later on. Straight to the church this time. I would have so much trust issues after that. Chat, oatmeal protein pie. Let's see if this shit's good. I'm scared because I ain't gonna lie. Oatmeal protein pie.
Did you really take my car? You gonna damage it at all?
Not at all. This is one of the easiest. GM is so easy to take because it's not intrusive. They won't even know that I tried to take it. See what a GM? Manual. USA.
Giving the sauce away is crazy.
17 to 19. Marty. Let's go to the world.
What?
Light means you're ready to work. Basically what you're waiting for is the pin to be ready. Once that pin's ready, we can start it.
And that's it.
That's it. And you see, your car even's letting you know, yo, your theft deterrent system's going off. But the car is so broken that we can just take it. And now we're business. Now we can take this and ride around the city and move it to more places. Let's go.
Someone can literally take my car, put it in their name, and just that's it?
Why is he showing his hand? I ain't gonna lie, he already showed too much of his nose and face. He's a Mexican, bro. He already gave it away. He's a Mexican. Look at his nose, bro. I'm a fed, nigga.
Why is it gonna be Mexican though?
Alright guys, mission complete. We'll see you in the morning when we hit the dealership.
A car dealer in Wisconsin was kind enough to let us come into his dealership and let Felix the car thief show us how he does his heists. The dealer's name is Dan Kunos of the Kunes Auto Group, and over the last couple years, car theft has negatively impacted his business. Felix conveyed that he was trying to get out of the car theft business, so we thought meeting with Dan could both be an audition for a potential security job of stopping other car thieves and a way for Felix to consult Dan on how to improve security at his lots.
Yeah, I don't think he's improving that. I ain't gonna lie.
And Dan, being a Christian man who believes in giving people a chance, agreed to let Felix in, even though it was a risk.
Yes, sir.
This is what happened when car thief met car dealership owner.
Imagine Dan just rips off his mask. Like, that nigga could have easily had 911 on fucking standby.
That's what I'm saying.
Nigga,
That's what I thought
what?
too when I do this shit.
I don't know if it was a good idea for this nigga to be on video. Because he just said he wants to be secluded. Not only did you just put yourself in front of 1.5 million people, but you also put yourself in front of a nigga that's a car dealership that can easily have followed or some shit, you know?
Yo, that bitch is weird. That bitch is so. Oh, that bitch is so weird. That bitch is so weird. That bitch is so weird. Yo, she is weird. She is weird. Not gonna lie, she is fucking weird. Probably texted my huh? Crazy. I can't. That's just way too funny. Yo. Does he block me? Hello? Yo.
Eating a nigga dick. Why is everybody laughing?
Nope.
What
Shit.
the fuck is funny? Shit gotta be fake. There's no way this car nigga is this dumb getting away. If the police, I would get his ass in a second. I mean, it might be the middleman. Not this trash ass nigga.
How does it feel being in a car that's not hot?
Crazy feeling, bro. I'm almost feel like I gotta drive it a little bit more safer, like a grandma, you know? Like, oh, see, this is all money to me. See, all the guys, that's all money.
John would do some shit like this?
So I like this truck. See,
And get some smart like that?
Hold on. Oh fuck. I need I think I'm good now. Let's go to rest now. And maybe do some freaky shit like this. Maybe. She's up to it though. Maybe fuck it. Hold on. I hate this whole man. Ow! Oh, this hurts, bro. You're weird. You're so weird. You're weird. You're weird. You're weird. Why is she being so weird? Why is she being so weird? Why the fuck is she being like that, man? Oh. Huh? What is that?
24.
Oh, I love TRX. That's my favorite truck. That's one of my favorite trucks right there.
Silverado?
71 package.
That's it?
Yup. The RST package of the Chevys there.
For the money, yeah.
Fours are the average person can't do 24s. They're harder. They have to have a separate cab. GM came up with a new thing, 24-digit pins. These tablets like I with me right now can't generate the pins, but these aren't impossible. It's literally just buying it. I just have a lot of
So this is unlocked.
Alright, so I'm noting that you need to get a Ford or a GM. That's right, so I don't get my shit stolen.
Amazon's the biggest contributor to this, 110%. They're selling OEM keys, locksmith and tools, anything you can buy key cutters on Amazon. Like, that's ridiculous. A lot of these guys, they're sophisticated. They got key cutters, but they're coming into the lot, they're taking the bin down, they're getting the key cut by the bin, and they're coming opening the door like they own it.
To learn more about how stolen cars get washed with clean VIN numbers, we tap in with our New York correspondent, M-Box. M-Box is a rapper who has many songs covering the illicit car business, and you'll hear his music throughout this episode, and it's linked in the description. Here's what M-Box found out about me.
I think music is dog shit. I'm sorry, bro. I respect the hustle of business.
Yo.
Trying to put me onto that nigga. Oh my god, bro. I almost fucking blew up.
GLE, I stole the keys from your mom. You can't got the tracker, switch your place, and you're gone. I get the drop on a clip.
Are you partying?
Okay, so let's say I have $5,000. I give you that money with the stolen car. What's gonna happen?
Are you partying? What's that? Hello? What are you talking about?
Sometimes in some of the cars under the passenger seat where the battery is.
Which are all the VINs that you covered?
So on the VIN number sticker, typically, we change the sticker behind the license plate, we change it to the stickers that are on the door, the tire, and the VIN information. We re-engrave the engine bay VIN number.
Because it's not a sticker, it's actually engraved.
Yeah, it's engraved into the metal.
Also, I know we had said something about the actual VIN in the computer. What comes out? So when you do the swap, what does the new VIN look like?
So that's an add-on to the swap prices. Typically ranges from like $2,500 to $5,000 to reprogram the ECU.
Okay, and what is
Damn, you gotta spend $2,500 and resell it. You try to resell it, it's still risky.
We delete the old number, VIN number, and we put the new one back.
You delete the stolen VIN number.
Right.
Wait, let's pop.
So basically,
You still gotta replace mad paperwork, that's true.
go to unlock it, and just contact it.
That's true.
You want in 30 seconds. The most sophisticated dealers out at Aston Martin dealership, they have the whole security and everything. They didn't even know this is.
Nice to go to our Sycamore store.
Are you probably person?
Hold up.
That's small.
It seems so, but it's pretty
I'm gonna show you how these Camaros are starting. You're gonna be absolutely sick. You're gonna be like, I don't even understand why this is possible.
Really?
Yeah. If it took him 6 minutes, he sucks at his job. 100%. I'm gonna be honest with you. Even
Damn, nigga just like, oh, that nigga big for selling.
those cameras, absolutely no good. 9 times out of 10, those aren't even hardwired directly to video feed. That's gonna be wireless, and they only use their power source. I turn on a Wi-Fi camera, no good. That shit's no. You know those police boxes they're trying to get you guys to buy with the lights and everything? Trash. Don't even buy it because the jammer, no cell air service, it doesn't work. No, that's about it. Everything in a 50-meter area right there was good. Wouldn't work. The OnStar, none of that.
This nigga probably got a recording device in his pocket. He writing all this shit down so he can fix his store.
No.
That's another side of the thing. Is people are using credit profiles, buying cars from the dealers on the big profile, and then selling them. Yes, the new thing right now is cars being traded in. They're only trading them in with only 2 keys, and there's 3 keys in the system. Gotta have your guys start pulling logic devices.
So that's what, nigga, I was on Facebook not too long ago looking for cars. Fucking on. Bro, I seen a Corvette 2022 for like $25,000. And the shit said, selling Corvette all flag, got the keys. And then it said, if you know, you know. Like the shit literally said, if you know, you know. Nigga, I think I know now. That nigga stole that bitch.
If you know, you know.
Stolo, nigga. Oh God, that shit said if you know, you know. So I was like, I figured that it was stolen though, because there's no, that bitch was nice, bro. Like 28,000, bro. Them bitches run, Corvette 2022s run you for like 70 grand, nigga.
have a clean title for a 2024 Grand Cherokee 5E of 21 because it's the same body style, and they'll buy the sticker, swap it, and use the clean title to come and sell it back to the dealer. Or not that's not safe either. I can have somebody generate a car back history behind a big bid, and you'll look at it and know it's all big, even the cars that you did. And it's not even, it's so massive. I can have GM acknowledge a FCO, which is a manufacturer certificate of origin, and they didn't even produce it. How is that possible?
Because they're just people, they're stamp and not even thinking. They're just doing it.
And they're distributing to a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme that doesn't just end at stolen cars. It goes to everything. Human trafficking, theft, burglary. A lot of these 15 hunters, these are being used as rammers. These are just being used to take other more expensive cars or to take down store buildings, you know, to go with the Prada, everything.
So niggas not even using cars to resell them. They're just using cars to cause destruction. What the fuck?
No, I've never been inside a dealership like this before, at least not being allowed to, you know. I've actually never even bought a car from a dealership, 100%, unless that's anything where, you know, if I don't do this, you know, my daughter doesn't go to school, you know, food doesn't get put on the table, and see what I wear, this is what I wear in real life. I don't wear Gucci, I don't, Louis Vuitton is not my thing. I'm a 4.0 student in real life, yeah, in college.
Just tell them your real name. Nigga said college student.
100%. I'm not going to need this consult GM, but if I need an Escalade, or I want a Charger, a 2500 Dodge truck, I'll even take a Honda Civic if it's worth it. This is a universal. It's in the shape of a Dodge key, but this is a universal key.
I was that's a little Charger key.
Somebody either have a car or have an SUV. So I can take this and generate this with my card and make this a 2023 Honda Civic key. I plug up into the Honda Civic and the core that thinks this is the OEM.
How the fuck is the video lagging, nigga? The fuck? Nigga, no shit. I don't think any person, even if they don't have a fucking reason to get their shit stolen. Nigga, nobody wants to get their shit stolen. The fuck?
This car, for example, is only worth $1,000 in the street. Yeah.
It's only worth $1,000.
$1,000 a street, $500 to be honest with you.
Ah.
It ain't worth nothing. It's a 15. It's one of those things that's so old that people don't even ever like really want it. Somebody puts this, it would just end up as being used as a striker to take other cars.
And then did this?
Alright, so get an older car. Noted. Now motherfuckers night. That's an Escalade?
Robberies, burglaries, and for all we know, people could be using these cars to kidnap people. We don't know. What car is this? A Tahoe? So this takes more time than it's going to take me to grab this car.
Yeah. Yeah, for the record, guys, for the record, kids are over here.
Yeah, I'm just going to get it.
That nigga think moving it from a farther distance gonna make a difference. Oh boy.
When it's blue, it means you're ready to work. So see how it's blue? Now you just go to pop function, add a key, and this is the glitch. This is the how everybody's taking GMs. Yeah, but see, this is the thing. This is not even the nice tablet. This is a cheap tablet that you can buy for the alarm might go off. No alarm. See? When it's unlocked, there's no alarm. Right now, we should be going beep, 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 beep. And then once it reads the pin, you don't touch anything. Look, see, read it pin. Now, once it tells me the pin, I'm good to go.
Do not pay somebody to build.
The fuck up,
But this is the even crazier part. I can now take this and start another car.
And the last. Over the top. Will you be my witness in court that I wasn't okay? Well, there we go.
Imagine he drives off with the car.
There's no stopping him. It's almost like trying to...
He literally drives off with the car. He's like, yo, Tommy G, I kidnapped your fucking cameraman. Pay me fucking $20,000 if you want him back. Bitch ass nigga.
I'm right, huh? Not me.
Rightfully, it's not mine, so we're gonna leave it. But yeah, this is kind of just a normal day for me. This is what I guess is our justice system. A lot of people, when they take these, they forget that there's no key, because there's no key for this. So if they turn it off...
You know what's crazy?
Hold on.
Are watching this fucking video and probably gonna fucking take notes and do the same shit this nigga just did. He probably just motivated a bunch of niggas to go start stealing cars. He don't even know it.
Oh shit, I forgot. Wow. Completely shut it off, but look. Now it's true, now you know. Now you know we started catching. But you gotta close back up and do that.
What the fuck was that?
I would never even program a key, so I'll just grab it with that.
Well, first, what's the MSRP of a car? This retail, I would guess, $25 per day. What do you think?
What the fuck? I'm seeing things, am I? Yo. That was a car headlights. God damn, my nigga. God damn.
But for the most part, these are actually being used to drive through the fences or take the damage for the more valuable cars. It's almost hard to fathom.
That shit is crazy.
And just like that, a car's off the lot. So now what happens? The car just goes off the lot. What happens now? Sometimes we don't even know. And somebody will just realize, wait, where'd that car go? Then we look at our security footage, call our security team, they call the police.
Our security team, nigga. Obviously, they ain't doing their fucking job.
Some of the help desk and stuff, yes. There's some stuff we never see again. Who takes the hit on this? Hopefully, the insurance company. From a dealership standpoint, it's cost us more than $500,000. They still Hellcat. Insurance is $100,000. If we recover it, then we only get 60% of the value from the insurance company, so call it $60,000. If you recover the stolen vehicle, we recover the stolen vehicle. Yep. If we don't, then hopefully insurance covers it. But our premiums have almost doubled since all this. We have attorneys working daily, not just to try to get the cars, but try to prevent it. Working with the insurance companies.
Yeah, bro, I'm not gonna lie. There's no preventing that, bro. Like, if anything, it's only gonna get worse.
It's kind of a national thing. It's everything. So we fight with the insurance companies. It's endless time and resources. When you look at it from a business point of view, our insurance rates have almost doubled. So for these bigger stores...
Yo, you know 100% the cops are watching this shit. Nigga, cops are smart, but, bro, they're definitely watching this shit to take notes. And they're gonna wind up trying to make this nigga an example. He just exposed, look at his wrist. I'm not even a cop, but look at his wrist. I just paused it at crazy timing. As a YouTuber, nigga, if I can see that his wrist has a fucking full-on tattoo, bro, the cops are probably looking at all that, bro. Screenshotting, dialecting. Bro, them niggas is not retarded. Them niggas is not retarded. I didn't even mean to pause it at this point. I'm not no fed.
What?
Like, bro,
huh?
it's there. Can't miss it. Just from a pause, you can see it. So imagine what the cops are doing. They're investigating this whole thing. I'm not a fucking fed, bro.
You get the value of the car. If it does, you get 60% of that. So if it's smashed, this, that.
When you talk to car thieves, it's a common thought process that what they are doing is largely evicting us.
I would say that a majority of Milwaukee consumers have seen a rate increase, and it is due into factor of, stolen vehicles, theft on personal property, mainly just overall the inflation of the vehicle. So again, it all ties into a part. I've known friends that had their vehicles stolen. I personally had my vehicle broken into multiple times in certain parts of the town. It's not something you really want to deal with on a day-to-day basis. It kind of ruins your day, ruins your week. But it's unfortunately...
Yeah, her ass is brainwashed. God damn. Ain't no way they just said that shit. How fucking weak, man. Who the fuck is that?
fuck? I think Hellcats are the easiest thing to steal, bro.
No, I can get these. The thing is, I can get these from the company, but they're selling it to me without a license. I don't understand how that's possible.
Even the stuff we have to provide to them.
Yeah.
Proof of ownership, housing title.
I've never been outside. This tablet is literally registered to an address in North Korea, and the company runs it.
North Korea?
Yeah.
Kim Jong-un in on this, or what?
I mean, you can literally, you can make the address 123 suck up and take it. Father's Day, I called out a guy, he was eating crabs. You know, and I felt bad about it. That's why I stepped away from it. Thinking, I'm like, look, this is still crossing the line here now. You know, because obviously, in a lot of people's mentality, it's the dealership's not suffering. Screw the man, you know, but to me, I understand the consequences of it all. And see, the other thing is, I didn't even bring the other device. There's a device that somebody gifted it to me. He sent it to me for free. For $3,000.
From P? Alright, so as a Fed, he said P, right?
Somebody gifted it to me. He sent it to me.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tally marks in the P. So probably got Palestine, which is unlikely. We got Panama. Oh, so this is where we call the CIA, the American Investigation Unit, go to Panama, find this device, find the person who created the device, right? Interrogate the shit out of him. Ask him, who is this guy with the description of a right tattoo on his hand? Big nose. Yo, and I ain't gonna lie, that's how the feds work. That's really how they work, though. The CIA will investigate the nigga from Panama, get his information, try to buy something off the nigga from Panama. He could buy from a nigga from Panama. You know what I mean? Or it could be Philly or Poland. That's where you just, like, you start dialecting and you look for this device. That's where undercovers really buy these devices so they can get into the game of it. That's where undercovers come in hand in hand as gang units.
So boring though.
In a relationship with these business nigga, that's where you interrogate them. And you find out who's the main source. You know what I'm saying?
The $3,000 device, I can take any Toyota Lexus through the headlights.
How you know, officer? It's common knowledge.
They're ripping the headlights off, they're ripping the bumpers, they're trying to access the harness for the headlight. You can brute force it through that. We call it hand buster pack.
That's how that was handed to you?
Yeah,
How much money do you stand to make in a year?
and I have to make $30,000 a month, but the scheme of which it's not worth it much longer. If I could walk away from all this and be in a position to where I'm making like even just a regular average salary, that's beautiful to me. I go home to my daughter every night, hug her and kiss her, and never think about this again. Most people, they're buying them, and then they're sitting on them, they're ordering the stickers, the titles, cleaning them up, and then either they're sending them to other countries or they're sending them back to Carvana. That's the big thing by Carvana and CarMax.
So basically, you're putting your life at risk right now for between 80 and 120K a year?
A year, really.
Felix was not done stealing cars. We wanted to get some more action. So we headed to another dealership with more selection to see what we could do. Here's what he stole next.
Clover team tracker up the web. Range Rover Sport on the jacket, you tricks. Keep swimming at the pounds in the shows. I'ma keep rapping, but I dabble with skits.
In one night, how many dealerships can you do?
Oh, I could do like 4 or 5. My personal record is like 50 cars at one night.
So that means you have to have a stash house relatively close.
You have to, usually like 20-30 minutes is pretty good distance. If they have 2 entrances, it's no good. They wanna operate on a one-way.
Wait, is this nigga about to actually steal a fucking car?
Fuck. So damn. I had to put my headphones on and ain't gonna lie, but yeah, I'm not doing that shit again. He's like so damn loud for no reason. I'm recording it. Don't worry. I'm live right now. If anything goes on, it's live. Anything going on, it's live, it's recorded, it's saved. We're good. That's what I'm saying, bro. How? Oh, fucking Nick. Yeah, see anything? Bella, it's a Bella. My bad. Bella, you brainwash of TikTok, but I could brainwash something else. I had to do something else. I could do more than this. What I'm trying to say, really. My bad. I'm sorry, I read that thing. I'm saying no. God damn it. He's stupid. He's stupid. That's funny. I think I'm gonna get a meeting now, chat. I'm gonna lay down. Yeah, I'm gonna lay down. Yep, I'm gonna go lay down. You're just gonna... Yeah. Right. Good end. Motherfucking ass. Motherfucking. I look like a fucking nigga. Motherfucking ugly as fuck right now. Oh my god, I'm ugly as fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna end. Alright, fuck y'all. This time for this time. I'm going back live. Hold on. I'm gonna keep talking to that hoe, but yeah, but then